Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, July the 10th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can see me and hear me. Not see me, but see the screen and hear me in the main room. And thank you, Torty. This is obviously your job in YouTube every morning to let me know the same. Thank you. All right, guys. Well, we got obviously one super exciting one right here. This is an Alzheimer's play, LGVN. This morning, this was a $2.70 stock. It popped all the way up to 716. This is the actual news on it. Shares jump on FDA regenerative medicine designation for Alzheimer's treatment. So that is the big news for this one. And it has, let me just see what it got to. It got up to 714. The next high in the weekly chart is 796. I was wondering if it was going to be able to break through this. Broke through this 550 level, no problem at all. So that's one. The other one is this VVPR. Now, it's a little bit like the ZAP, ZAPP, that has been on fire. Only in that it's a UK play and similar sector, okay? Similar sector, electric vehicles, etc. And you know that is what ZAP was all about, or is all about. So ZAP is having a bit of a pullback now. You can see it's down 27%, but VVPR up 74%. They actually had some news too. After the company announced it secured an extension for a $34 million loan financing facility agreement. I don't know if that's rehash news or not. It is rehash news, guys, because I see this news on the 9th. Actually, I'm wrong. I am wrong. I do see it on the 9th, but it was after the market closed. So technically, this is, hitting it today. Big reaction will be today. You can see the move area right here on for VVPR right there. That is after hours. So there was a little bit of a pop for that loan extension press release, and then now. But I think a lot of people are looking at this because it's a UK stock. It seems to be similar to ZAP. I know they don't make electric vehicles, but they do something in that sector. On the flip side, we have LegalZoom. Man, LZ just getting pummeled here. This is on guidance. I'm sorry, this is not on guidance. This is a CEO transition. Yeah, so I'm sorry. There's another one that's on guidance. So yeah, LegalZoom shares crash on multiple downgrades after the CEO exit and lower revenue guide. So I think it was a double whammy. Yeah, CEO exit and a lower revenue guidance. So that is LegalZoom. They've been around for a long time, 1999, I think. Yeah, 1999. Oh, and this is a lifetime low now, guys. This is basically a lifetime low for LZ. And the NAS, I kept calling this the sneaky one yesterday, and it kept sneaking higher and higher and higher. Look at this after hours action, NAAS. And then this morning, it did get up to 659 or so. It has dropped. And I don't know if it's the overall China market. Let's take a look at KWeb. So it's not the overall China market, that's for sure. So KWeb is basically flat. So NAAS has just been on a tear. Give me one moment. All right. Yeah, Feng is another China stock. FANG, another China stock. Don't see any news on it, and it's certainly not moving with the China market. So something must be, with the NAAS and the Fang, they're moving on their own. They're not anything related to what's happening with the overall China market. GXAI. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. So I get a big pop up to 556 and it pulled all the way back down now to 3. Yeah, it's maybe not. I did see the news to deliver 3D assets and AI solutions for game developers and publishers. And another, I guess, an AI play. I mean, they've got AI in their name, YYAI. We saw this one yesterday. So the reason I'm looking at it today, again, it's not that it's doing, I mean, the volume is not bad, low float, but it's all about looking left. And man, I don't know what happened here when this was up at $44 one day, and the next day it was down to 14. Make sure that's correct. 419, 422. Yeah. I'm not sure what happened here. I don't know if it was bad news or something else happened. I really don't know. But you can see that if it can really get going again, there's a massive gap. No idea, 3 Echo. Asking me how long of a ride do I think LGVN has? I have no idea. The only thing I can say about it is that takes out the high again of 717. The next high on the weekly chart is 791, and then 955. But it's an Alzheimer play, so it's obviously a big buzzword. So, but I have no idea how much further it's going to go up, if at all. I really don't know. The VWAP is 517. Okay, SGH is an earnings play. I don't think there's very much volume yet. Yeah, they released earnings after hours. Okay, had a big spike up to 26 and then back down to 24. So this is an earnings play today, SGH. So obviously there is some room to 26.25 on that weekly chart. And that's kind of where it got to probably yesterday. A little bit above that, got to 26.89 yesterday after hours. I don't know. I really don't know how much volume. And VRPX, this is another one that's all these. Well, that's not a bio. Okay, that's not a bio, but these LGVN and VRPX are bios. And let's see, could I find any news on this one? I don't see any news on it, but again, it's one of the look left on that weekly chart. Looks like the next high is 314. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but at least you don't have to worry. I mean, look at the gap. Actually, it's the same. Not quite the same. The next high is 282 on the daily chart. Now, Nasque in our YouTube room, all we're doing right now is just looking at the movers, okay? We don't know what's going to happen once this market opens. Nobody can really predict what LGVN is going to do. All I do is I look left to see if it has room. So, these are all stocks that have some room to move if they want to, but there's no way to predict if they're going to. AEHR. Now, this is the one that is gapping up on guidance. This is not an earnings play, but it is gapping up on guidance. AEHR. So it's kind of an earnings play. They're releasing on the 16th next week. So This is their news, trading higher after the company provided preliminary Q4 and FY24 financial results. So, and then, again, looking left, it has some room to move if it wants to. How's the seal doing? SEEL, SEEL, another one that's moving under a dollar. Some of you will look at this one. I won't. You're right. I did see that news. Something to do with pets. Right. Positive. You're right. I'm just looking at this again. Actually, I thought it was something to do with. There was one that I saw. Yeah, here we go. Same thing. Rises as pain medication shows promise in animal study. So again, lots of room. Well, Nasky, we all have different styles of trading. Okay, so if you want to look at the VWAP and the AVWAP pullbacks there, that's fine. We all have. I'm a momentum trader. I look at the VWAP also, but there are all sorts of different styles of trading. That's why I do talk about the VWAP. Maybe a pullback. There's the VRPX as an example. The VWAP is at 184. You kind of pull back into it a bit. All right, guys, what I want to do now is first of all, before I do that, let's take a look at the economic calendar, see what's happening today, anything of note. So Powell will be talking again at 10 o'clock. Okay, Powell will be talking at 10 o'clock. All times Eastern. Wholesale inventories are at 10 o'clock. We have another auction at 1 o'clock, $39 billion 10-year note auction. And then we've got a couple of the Fed presidents, Goolsbee and Bowman, will talk at 2:30. But the big one obviously will be at 10 o'clock. Okay, Powell will be talking at 10 o'clock. Yeah, I think I saw ATNF early this morning was actually down a bit, but no, it's popping up again. Versus was one of the big ones yesterday, got all the way up to 482. Little bit of a pop coming in here. Yeah, there's some volume coming in. So there's that 200-day moving average. Yesterday, I got through it without too many difficulties. Trying to find that news of it yesterday. Couldn't really see any. The only news that we saw was on the second, where they were granted an extension by NASDAQ to keep their listing. That's the only thing we really could see. Dude, this one's on the way down, guys. Wow, look at this. Wow. ALAR, guys, on the way down. What's the volume like? Israeli stock, 56,000 shares. ALAR. So so this is not an earnings play. It doesn't look like it is till August 29th, but it looks like they're, pumping out some information ahead of that, providing preliminary key financial metrics. Okay, so obviously the market is not reacting well to those metrics. And that is ALAR gapping down. The next the next low looking left is 33.25 or so. 33.22 is the next low. So it's about $1.60 away. But that is a big drop. Definitely one of my pet peeves, guys. I mean, I don't like to hold anything through earnings, but a lot of these companies now, for whatever reason, they decide, you know what, we're going to put out some preliminary data, which may as well be the earnings play, but they don't release until August 29th. But they decided, a lot of these companies are just doing that. So Definitely a pet peeve of mine. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors. We have, so we're in for a positive open on the SPY anyway. Here's our SPY. I guess that would have been an all-time high up in this area. But so the SPY is positive right now. So let me take a look at the major sectors. Muting myself just for a moment. All right. What am I using? I'm just looking at the next high, looking left. If I want to go, so the question in our YouTube room from 3 Echo, when I'm looking left on the weekly or the daily, I'm just looking at to see where the next high is if I'm going long. That's all. Pretty simple. Just looking to see where the next high is. All right, guys, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE is a major ETF for energy. 71% in green. That means 71% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. I'm just looking here. These are some of the ETFs. So, I used to go through each one of these to see how close they were to their 200-day moving average. No point in doing that. They're way above. Only one I will look at, XLU, just out of curiosity. Yeah, still well above the 200-day moving average. Yeah, it's pretty simple. I have a very simple style of trading, okay? 3 Echo and others listening. When I click on an alert, all I do is the first thing I do, obviously I'm checking to see this, but I'm just checking then left on a daily chart to see, okay, where is that next high? Where could it keep going before it hits that next high? If I can't see it on the daily chart, then I look at a weekly chart. Okay. I'm not trying to tell others to do the same thing I'm doing, but it seems to work for me. Pirata Cobra. Hola. In our YouTube room. All right, AP had a big pullback. Yeah, AP had a big pullback up to from 190 right back down to 114. VWAP's at 130, so it's below the VWAP now. Boy, ALAR keeps moving down, guys. ALAR. Now, look what happened. This was the next low looking left was 33.22, so it is below that now. The next low looking left is 30.42. Wow. What a thumping. I mean, this was a 45. Remember, imagine waking up to this. You're sitting, pretty good. Stocks went on them. I mean, this had a beautiful run from 450. When was that? That was back end of last year. 450, basically a 10 bagger. And you're sitting pretty comfortably. And then they do this to you. And when I say they do this to you, I mean, as long as you know when a company is releasing earnings, you can prepare for that. You can always say to yourself, well, I'm not going to hold through earnings and get out. You didn't have a chance here. Okay, so 919. So as always, if you have our AI guys, this is all I would do. Have this window up and running. It's called strategy trades all. So if you click on new from our toolbar, And then pick the middle one. There are three that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. Okay. This is what you're going to see. It'll be blank until at least, and this is by design, at least 9:40, 10 minutes after the market opens. Again, it doesn't mean we'll get an alert at 10 minutes after, but that's the earliest you'll get an alert. The other thing I would do is you see that filter box, I would uncheck anything that's checked. My advice is for it to say none. So if that's a little down arrow, just make sure I would uncheck. Usually, I think the default, if you're starting out, is profitable trades. My opinion is to watch them all day long. Sometimes they set up at different stages, and you might get an alert. For argument's sake, you get an alert at 33, and it moves down from 33. So you wouldn't see it anymore because it's not a profitable trade, but maybe it sets up beautifully underneath that. Maybe it hits the VWAP, maybe it does something else. You can always, so that's why I would always want to be able to see all the alerts all day long. But that's me. All right, guys, just looking to see if anything else is kind of sneaking in here. Wow, this one, wow, you kidding me? 80 to 90? How much volume? Yeah, the volume's only 18,000. Well, this is definitely a new world, guys. So Lantheus appoints Jamie Spaeth as the Chief People Officer. The Chief People Officer, the CPO. All right. Meanwhile, ALAR keeps moving down. ALAR just keeps moving down. So at some point, we might be looking at this for a bounce. This will probably show up on my gap continuation or reversal scanner. Potentially, anyway, as a potential. Well, it could be a gap down and go, or it could be a gap down and reverse. We won't know until we get an alert for it, if we do get an alert for it. All right, guys, I want to get the layout that I'm going to be using once this market opens. So I'm just going to do a few things here, get rid of this layout you see here. Okay, now just a couple of things I have to do on my other monitors. So I think, did VVPR, one moment, I just want to get this. I don't know why this happens. I have to do this every day. Okay, the VVPR, did it get into the VWAP? I think it might have, 473, so a little bit below the VWAP. So you can see that if it can take out the VWAP again, this could get rolling again, and it has room. Next high looking left on the weekly chart is 463. Of course, it got through that earlier this morning. So there is some history there. After that, 645. Then the fantasy level is 990. And as always, guys, most of these movers, of course, there's no way a stock can be up 81% unless the float is low. And as Draw pointed out, well, we've got the float at 1.9 million. You got it at 2.8. It's still low, very low. Let's take a look at Zap and see, is it really over? I mean, it's down 25%. So on the surface, it would look over. But boy, what a run it had at the end of the day. And post market up to almost 20, 1913. It's pulled back a lot now. So I'm just wondering if money will be going into VVPR. I mean, obviously, money has gone into VVPR, but it's a UK stock. I know I'm repeating myself, but for those that didn't hear, it's a UK stock, and it does have the following segments: electric vehicles, and of course, Zap, UK stock, electric vehicles. Let's take a look at Bitcoin, IBIT. So it's had a bit of a recovery, 3 days. The 200-day moving average held that on the daily chart. That's that blue line right there. The 200-day moving average held. But as William is pointing out, at one point, IBIT was up here, 33.67. So starting to pull back, starting to fade a bit. Did they really? The MANU had earnings. I don't see it. And the reason being, yeah, the volume is just a little too light right now. Only 4,000. That's why I did not see it. Yeah, reports wider Q3 loss after steep segment declines. After steep segment declines, higher costs. All right, guys, getting closer to this open, a little over a minute, about a minute and 10 seconds to the open. And again, typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. And this scan, the don't repeat the gap, continuation, or reverse. I purposely have a delay of 15 minutes on this, so I won't see anything until at least 15 minutes. I'll be watching this really, really closely as best I can. Actually, probably got a little too many alerts yesterday, so I may start to tighten up the filters. Maybe make a higher relative volume. Especially since earnings season will get into full bloom next week, and then for the following 3 weeks. All right, 20 seconds to the open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. And And these races will start at 9:30. Okay, Iran, guys, IREN. So here's the earnings play, SGH, not too many earnings plays, released earnings after hours yesterday, right up to 26.90. Okay, there's the VRPX, guys. The VRPX trying to take out the pre-market high. And remember, that has room. 313, not saying it's getting there. And again, remember, in the first 15 minutes, things going to be pretty crazy up and down. Uranium play, guys. Here's a uranium play. Didn't really do much in the pre-market, but this is a uranium play. Quadruple U. From yesterday, guys. This was a beauty yesterday. This is from our AI yesterday. Closed at the high. QURE. So you can see there was the buy right there from our AI at 567. Closed up here at 675. Continuation now. So interestingly, the large cap losers from the start of the race, nothing is coming into the scan. Not yet, anyway. Markets are up, but Dow's down a little. SPY's up. NAS is up. But again, all this is early. Coming in, so VRPX, again, the next high looking left is 314 on the weekly chart. Okay, so I do see that LGVN is pulling back quite a bit now. Let's see if it's hitting any interesting level. So 538 is the VWAP, guys, okay, for LGVN. So let's see how much more this can pull back. Maybe it gets close to the VWAP. Maybe the VWAP will act as support. I mean, this did have news. It's an Alzheimer's play. Another one from yesterday, guys. JMIA, another one from our AI yesterday. I actually saw this in the pre-market. It looked like it was going to really drift down, but it is now up, taking out yesterday's high, 1121. So it's a little bit above yesterday's high. JMIA was another one from our AI yesterday, another nice one, along with the QURE. All right, here's a pop for GME, guys. GME, a lot of volume came in. So when you look left for GME, the next high is 2617, getting close. Let's see if AMC is bouncing also. Yeah, so a couple of the meme stocks, guys. And coming right into the 200-day moving average is AMC. Wow. Okay, guys. TXG. I don't know what's happening with this one. This is an all-time low, though. Don't count the pre-market, of course, but this is an all-time low, TXG. It's been steadily sliding. Boy, $40 stock not that long ago. In March, $15 stock now. Yeah, so Deutsche Bank downgraded them, but it's well below the downgrade price now. So here's Tiva, guys, but looking left, what do I see? 1640 or so, so it's too close. And we have our first halt of the day. Did this get halted on the way up or the way down? CGBS on the way down. So this looks like this was a SPAC that turned into CGBS today. Looks like it. You can kind of tell because it only started trading as CGBS in the pre-market. When you look at this daily chart, looks like it could be an IPO, but sort of an IPO, right? SPAC turning into CGBS. Yeah, Tiger. Look at Tiger go, guys. TIGR. But another one, look to me, too much resistance, not that far away. If anything, let's take a look at KWEB. I mean, this is a big China fin. Let's take a look at KWEB. I want to see if maybe KWEB is. Yeah, so China's going now, guys. So some of the China stocks are going to look just like this, just like the Tiger did, TIGR. Remember, KWEB was, mildly negative in the pre-market, but a bit of a surge here. The China ETF market explodes with 5 times increase in inflows over 3 years, despite some ceasing operations in the United States. So there's kind of your macro news for the China market. Morning, perfect. You're here early. All right, this is trying to have a bit of a comeback, guys. APLD had a big down day yesterday, trying to come back a bit here. APLD, the high yesterday was 661. And they did have an announcement. They announced the appointment of industry leader Chris Jackson. Well, as a senior vice president. Getting this a little bit now. There we go. The news, as I guess at the beginning of the market open. Sometimes my news gets slightly delayed, but anyway, there it is. Chris Jackson, senior vice president of operations. That is your announcement, and he's an industry leader. That's what it says. See? All right, guys, SNGX. SNGX is negative still, I believe. No, it is not. Excuse me. It was, this was, of course, the massive big one yesterday. Got all the way up to almost $15 over the 200-day moving average again, but it pulled all the way back. That's the issue. It got up to 15 and it pulled all the way back down to 743. I believe that's right. They announced a financing midday Financing, but as William pointed out yesterday, a very convoluted press release on it. Appears that the financing around 6 or so, but I may be wrong. So the pre-market high was up here at around 11.19, and they had news yesterday. This was the news, the positive data. Sorry, guys, my IB headline, this is sort of a theme now. There we go. Positive for extended hybrid as cancer treatment. Not for me, draw. Not that I'm aware of. TI having issues, everything is frozen. Let me make sure of that. Okay, I'm just clicking on SGH, making sure that price is in line. Seems to be okay. You might have to do a reboot, unfortunately. Well, I'm a little surprised, LGVN, Alzheimer's Play. I thought it would not pull back so much, and VVPR doing the same thing. Whoa, look at SOI here, guys. SOI. This just showed up on the momentum scan. SOI just showed up on the momentum scan. Just massive pop here. And they're acquiring Mobile Energy Rentals. This is the press release for them. Boy, this is really slow at the beginning. Surprised it was not halted. All right, this time I might take a look at this IVP. Yesterday I had no chance to look at anything that Shady had posted. IVP, so 380, 340. So what that means is he's taking the trade now at 380 approximately, and his stop is at the low of the day, right there, 340. Yeah, AP is going. It is going. I do see it here. Did get as high as 190 in the pre-market. All right, guys. Again, I don't display the AI, but I told you about it. 1573 AEHR. Great alert so far from our AI. 1573 on the alert. And it's got it getting as high as 1623 now. This was on my watch list too. This is all about guidance, okay? So they have guided. They don't release until the 16th next week. Their earnings, but they're guiding obviously higher. Here's a big pop for Hawaiian Electric HE, guys. Look at the volume that came in. So this was the news after hours yesterday. As the Maui County reportedly seeks fire settlement options. That was the news after hours yesterday for HE. Now look at SOI now, guys, SOI, and that was another AI play. We have a couple of, now, did this get halted yet? Not yet. I mean, it may not get halted, but all about an acquisition for SOI. So I don't mind showing it right now. There's your entry, 1008, 1040 now. AEHR has pulled back at 1573, but it did get up to about 1620. So how you manage those trades, of course, up to you. All right, 9:45. So I'm just waiting now to see what's going to happen in the gap continuation or reversal scan. All right, now CAPT is have some room. Look left, 259. That's the high. Takes that out. 311, next high. It's on the daily chart. So it does have some room. CAPT, pre-market high was 259-ish. You can see it got that pre-market high was basically the high of yesterday. Okay, as I thought, ALAR just showed up, guys, on the gap down and go. Okay, now it did get down to 3068. Wow, it got down way down there. Ah, my favorite little pet stock now, LBPH. Okay, guys, LGVN, maybe it found a bottom. Okay, maybe it found a bottom. 536 though is the VWAP. I would probably want to wait to see if it could take out the VWAP because remember, the VWAP could act as resistance on the way up. So I probably want to wait to see if it can take out the VWAP. So I'm going to stick an alert at around 546, see if it can take out the VWAP. All right, guys. Well, look what happened. 33.33 on the alert. We're down to 32.49 now, almost a dollar move for ALAR. Yeah, I do see SEAL. Okay, guys, let's take a look. Let's see if LGVN holds the VWAP 536. Okay, we're right at the VWAP now. Okay, 536. Let's see if it can hold it and then really move from there. And that's the LGVN. And again, this is an Alzheimer's play. They get up to what 716 in the pre-market. So obviously, it's got room to run if it wants to. The next high on the 15 is 641. Give me one moment. All right, guys. So we're going to keep watching this LGVN. Okay, there's the VWAP. It's just still a little bit below it. Okay, I think if it can maybe it takes out the VWAP the second time, it may have a run, but so far it's a bit of a struggle to maintain over the VWAP, which is 536. We're going to stick an alert just over it again, 540. See if it takes it out. I see you. Not shortable for me. The reason I say that, it showed up on the gap down in reverse, but it's not shortable for me. Alar, awesome. Okay, so I just made another new high, guys. SOI and AEHR after that pullback. So again, I think people get a little hung up on, when they think they've missed an alert with the AEHR. I don't mean they didn't see it, but they didn't take it. But look what it did. It pulled right back into the alert price. And it actually has popped higher than that initial pop. So don't give up is what I'm saying. Use it like a watch list. And the next high looking left for it is 50 is 1783, 1660 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Okay, so here's another thing that LGVN is trying to do. LGVN is trying to do is hold that 10 SMA. Okay, there's that 10 SMA, that blue line. Okay, that's the 10 SMA in my 15-minute chart. Steve Gomez loves that one, and that can act as support also. Okay, guys, LGVN is starting to come back. It's at the VWAP now. At the VWAP now. LGVN. And volume is coming in. Volume is starting to come in again on it. Let me see if it won a race. It did win a race. So see, the volume is still good. Okay, guys, we're at the VWAP still. I think if it takes this out right here, this high that it made on the previous 15-minute candle, LBPH. Look at this thing go. Almost the high here now, guys, at 36.36. Entered a swing position and up. This is from our YouTube room. Up. So where's your stop? Your stop down here at around 3. I'm just looking at the daily. Well, I mean, if you look, do you have charts, Jacob? I mean, you just have to look left. 459 is the next high. But listen, when you entered this trade, hopefully you had a stop in mind, right? Where you're going to get out if it's not working. Well, as a swing trade, normally that you're going to have a little bit more. LGVN did not really hold that VWAP yet. Okay, guys, NAAS just got halted on the way up. Okay, now here's the halt for You can't see the symbol here, but it is NAAS. Halted at 498. Potential open is 510. 510. Okay, doesn't mean it's going to be there. So this blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactor Brokers. And again, usually they're 5-minute halts. Well, SGH, I was thinking it might have a bit more of a run, but it's pulling back quite a bit so far, SGH, so far. Yeah, so 10 o'clock, Palace talks again. Thank you, Casa, for the reminder. He talks again. And also we got wholesale inventories at 10 o'clock. Could have an effect on the market. Well, I'm going to have to put another alert for the LGVN then. LGVN. Got right into the VWAP area. Looked pretty good right there, but it just did not run a clear it in a big way. Ugh. So this one, high flyer from yesterday, SISI, SISI, got halted on the way down. Halt? Yes, it's a halt up. PJ, it's halt up. All right, let's see where this could still open. So 510. So here's how I could play this. All right. This is the first halt for NAAS. If somehow it opens, even at 510, and then it drifts down below the 498, and then it pops through the 498 again, I might take that trade. Okay. So how's Powell? Has he started to talk yet? Okay, now LGVN is back over 5. Don't want to give up on it completely. Sometimes that news. Now here's the VVPR, guys. Also, the VVPR, did it win a race? Yeah. Yes. So VVPR 548. There's the VWAP though above it. Yeah, didn't do it. Well, congrats if you took this one. If you were early for the NAAS, I was hoping it might come back through 498 and then pop through it again, but it's not setting up the way I wanted it to. So I'm just kind of have to forget about it. NAAS. All right. Now SGH is trying to come back a bit here. What's the float in this one? Yeah, it's a pretty low float, 50 million in the float. Not super low, of course, but certainly not high. I wouldn't worry about the color triangle. Okay, just worry about the percentage. Okay, the volume today, that means it's 181% of normal. Normal meaning I think the average over the last 10 days. Okay. Don't concern yourself so much with the color. Just it's the percentage that's the key thing. And most of the time, you see it's a high relative volume and high. The relative volume is different because it is time sensitive. Up to this time of day, it is trading 35 times normal. What it has normally done over, this is a loose explanation of the formula over the last 30 days. Okay, guys. Well, I saw uranium earlier, CCJ. You're talking about CCJ. I saw that quadruple U was having a run. And this is the big uranium player. Okay, now LGVN is coming back. Again, maybe. Well, it's through the 200. It's through the 10 SMA at blue line. It did close above it. Yes, it closed above it. There's the VWAP again, 534. I'm going to stick an alert around 545 and see maybe if this time it clears the VWAP and really moves from there. Oof, look at the spread on this one. I was thinking about taking it 1795, 1860 for YYAI. So forget about that. But look at the room it's got if it really gets going. Morning, Edward, in our YouTube room. Hey, the male cat, Gato. This is a silver play. We've got a high of 1330 looking left on the weekly chart. CIBC raises their target price to 18 from 16. And then on the way down. So hopefully you guys traded out of the NAAS because that is now halted on the way down. So this one is being halted left and right. This CGBS. SPAC play turned into a CGBS today. I'm surprised not that many alerts yet for this gap continuation or reversal scan. Yeah, something's going on. You're right, Poe. You would think that with signing these new distribution agreements for over $30 million for its new health food beverage, you would think that it wouldn't do this. But that's why, you can read news and you can go drive yourself crazy trying to figure out, well, why the heck did that happen when that news looked pretty good? So, guys, again, the only reason I'm fixated on this LGVN is just because it's Alzheimer's, okay? And all right, guys. Now SGH is back up, back up. I had an alert at 2672 on a gap up and go. It pulled all the way back. 2627. What did it get to? No, way below the VWAP. So, but it's trying to make a new high here, market high. So I don't know what Powell is saying. As William says, maybe he won't be saying anything totally different from yesterday or much different from yesterday, but the market's not reacting poorly anyway, so far. All right, IVP. I think you've tried to trade this a few times. Trying to follow all the. So 398 4 right now. Did get as high as 448. Was that the that was the first 945 candle. Oh, stop it! This stupid CGBS keeps getting halted. Eras, guys. ERAS. A bit of a move here. Yeah, good volume actually. Big float. 214 million in the float. So this is showing up, this iron is showing up on the gap up and reversal scan. It's got a little bit of room, not a lot of room. 1263 from 1295. You know, that's not bad, but I wish the next low were way down here around 12. Well, I'm going to be ready, PJ, if it happens. That's for sure. I don't want to lose sight of it at all because this could be this could go crazy. The low float, 7 million in the float. But I'm sticking to my plan here. It's got to take out that VWAP in a decent way. No, it's only a three. It's a 2 to 3. Excuse me, a 2 to 3 cent spread usually. So the spread is fine for LGVN. The volume on it is still pretty good. There's that volume bar right there. So what time is it now? 10:14. So this has got another minute to close, 30 seconds or so to close. So I mean the volume is tapering off. There's no question it's tapering off, but at least it's better than this is pre-market. So that's the opening. That's a 9:30 candle or volume bar, 9:45, and here's the 10 o'clock. This could be one of those later on in the day. Could be. I missed it. Son of a missed it. SGH. I wanted to take it. It got back up to that trigger of 2672. That was in the 2680s. I took my eye off it. But now it might be too late. 2722 is the next high in the weekly chart. That red line there, that's actually the next high on the daily chart too. Shoot, if I hadn't done this stupid red bar, I would have been in it earlier, but c'est la vie. Another one that can't get through the VWAP, the VVPR cannot get through the VWAP yet anyway. All right, guys, it is now 10:17, so I'm going to go over the information you can find on my homepage, including all the scans that I am currently sharing. Morning, Michael. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So there's the promo code you can use. Barry 15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Great ideas. As always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use the promo code that you find on my homepage. It'll go a long ways to keeping these rooms free. We have two rooms that I'm moderating, a YouTube room and then what I call the main room. When you take out a subscription using my code, the rooms get credit for the subscription, and that helps to keep them free. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. That's the very first thing. Runs you through your download and install, first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. And short videos. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, series of videos that you can take a look at, all free. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for, free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. This is the education section. This is our user guide. Here's that getting started section right there. So a lot more detail about what an alert window is all about, a top list window, stock racing. You notice I've got 3, in fact, I still haven't got this one running. I should have clicked earlier. Anyway, 3 stock races that I'm running. Okay, but you can create your own, and this shows you how. I will go over these to show you, the idea behind them. But this is, but here's how you can create your own. I use price alerts all the time. If you want to create a symbol list or a watch list of just stocks that you want to follow, here's how you do it right here. But again, it's a user guide. You don't have to learn everything that's in this user guide, okay? Getting started series is again right here, trying to, hammer the point home. You've got to do this first. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Sometimes Jamie is listening to me right now. It should be Jamie anyway, taking over for me between 12 and 1. I will confirm that before I do take my break. And last, my scans. So if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down a bit. Middle section, here are my scans, okay? So here are the 3 races that that I'm displaying right there. There's the halts resumes over here. I do have a momentum scan on another monitor. That's a momentum scan right there. And then, surprise, it's a little quiet today, which is okay. I don't want a ton of alerts, but there is the gap continuation. right here, the gap continuation or reversal scan. I am sharing other scans. You can take a look at them. And, and welcome to the room. If you are new to the room, this is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and sort of 3 p.m. I usually knock off at about anywhere between 2:30 to a quarter to 3. But William in the main room, sometimes, most of the time, we'll keep the room open till 4. He's not obligated to do so. So when I do take off, the main room is still open till about 4. Okay, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. We are a real-time alert scanner. A lot of screening programs out there that kind of claim to be scanners. We don't have to claim, we are. And this is what I mean by that. So if I right-click on this alert window, that this is my momentum scan window, click on the summary. So this is the screening aspect. Of course, we can screen, just alone without having any trigger, as we call it. So in this scan, if the price is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, that means it's got to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive, and the volume is 100,000 share, and the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, etc. All these filter values have to be met. If they're all met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's what happened for FENG, F-E-N-G. That is a real-time alert, 10:22 plus 36 seconds, all times Eastern, and that made a new high at 4:06. That's how it works, okay? So if you like the scan the way it is, great, you can have it. But if you want to make any changes, of course you can. If you don't like that price range or something else about it, maybe you want to add a filter that you like, go ahead. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can do that. Now I'm going to click on search. So you see right at the very top, these are the real-time alerts that we've got. 2 most popular by far, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, we've got a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I scroll down and I see these icons, these are the screeners, the filters. So again, don't get hung up on how many we've got, okay? You do not have to learn them all. The reason we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So obviously, with bearing that in mind, they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all these different screeners to satisfy all the different types of, listen, nothing is 100%, but I'll call it the majority of trading styles that are out there with our customers. They could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scan. Okay, so don't get hung up on how many we've got. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day and a handful of the full filters. It doesn't mean that the ones I'm not using are bad. It just means I don't need them because they don't meet my trading style. It's really that simple. Okay, so William says he will keep the main room open until 4ish, as he says. We do not support Indian stocks. I'm sorry, Himanshu, in our YouTube room. Just U.S. stocks and kind of Canadian. I'm ticked off at myself. That SGH was my, should have been focusing on it a lot more. Okay, so let me talk a little bit about these races. Now, again, the racing if you click on my homepage link and go to the education section and then click on the guide, there's a whole section on TI stock races. Okay. So let me explain what you're seeing here. So I'm running 4-minute races. Again, you can pick the time period you want. And this race is almost over, another 10 seconds. And right at the very top, if this holds by a whisker. Okay, so TRNR won that race. It was up 3%. What does that mean? So from the start of the race, that is the stock that moved the most. It moved 3% from the start of the race, okay? What happens is automatically a top 10 list is created for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day, okay? So this gives you great focus. Trading can be very confusing. In this room, we talk about a lot of different stocks. If you're new to trading, though, this is great focus for you. And I'll explain what these two races are all about also. So if you wanted to, you could just really focus on these stocks. So you can see VRPX. We're a minute into this race. It has moved 4.21% since the beginning of the race. You can click on it and you can see, does it meet your trading style, or does it make sense to trade it right now? It may or may not. All depends on your trading style, of course. Maybe you're going to wait a bit, see if it hits the VWAP. Maybe you're going to wait to see if it takes out the whole number. I mean, you have to have some kind of a trading plan. But you notice how it dropped. Now it's only up 1.4%. Like any other race, you're going to see jockeying for position to see who finishes first. Now, you don't have to wait for a race to be over to click on a stock. You start to see something. You see anything in here, really, and just click on it, see what's happening. So why are we seeing these stocks, though? What makes these stocks special? Well, let me right-click on this race, and I'm going to open the top list. So all races start from a top list window. If I right-click on it, you can see that launch real-time stock race. So all races start from a top list window. So you can create your own top list window based on the type of stocks that you want to see. So in this particular top list window, this is what I'm looking for. I right-click, click on configure. Now the summary. So if the price is between $1 and $50 and the volume today is at least 200,000 share and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it'll be in this list of stocks. Before we had races, this is how a top list could be used. So for instance, if you just wanted to see the stocks that met your filter requirements that were up the most from the opening trade of the day. So as long as you have it as a column header, you could have sorted on it. So you can see that column header, that little 0%, that is the change from the open percent. So I clicked on it. And so you can see VRPX. This is up 39% from its opening print of the day. AEHL is up 30%, etc. So that's great. But what happens if, EVGO, which is up 4.5%. What if all of a sudden EVGO started to really move? It's up 4.5%. Now it's 5%, 8%, 10%, 12%. It's really moving. How would you know? You wouldn't, unless you're going to stare at EVGO for some reason, but that'd be crazy. The race takes care of that. Because remember, the race doesn't care whether it's up the most from the open. All it cares about is what is moving the most since the race started, percentage-wise. It's all it cares about. Not necessarily. It could pull back. And understand that, it could pull back just because it's a top moving stock. It may be coming from it may be coming from the bottom. Remember, it doesn't have to be near the top or the high of the day. It's high of the day. And that's what I was also going to then point out. Let me see if I can find. Well, the LGVN is sort of a good example, but you can see that the LGVN, it won a race, okay? You know, and you can see why, you know, it went crazy the first 15 minutes and it's pulled back. I keep waiting to see if it's going to pull, if it's going to take out the VWAP, but you could look at this and if it met your trading style and said, okay, this is pull back to an area that I like, maybe you take the trade. So remember, the top moving stock doesn't necessarily mean that it's at the top where it's high of the day. It could have pulled back and then it's starting to move. So that's why, you know, for people who like to play pullbacks, this is still a very good way to do it, or at least to see the stocks that have pulled back that are active. So these two races, big difference between this race here and these two races here. The big difference is this. These are the large cap gainers and these are the large cap losers. I should have started this. I forgot to start this at 9:30, but anyway, that's why we're only seeing a couple of them in here. So what I did here is I put a $500 million market cap, $500 million market cap, and a 50 million minimum float. So consequently, you will not see stocks. You know, very rarely will you see a stock like GovX, which is up 6.89%. Rarely will you see something in here that's up that big percent. And this is just the flip side. These are the big cap, large cap losers. Same thing, half a billion in the market cap, 50 million minimum float. Again, you'll more than likely you will not see big percentage movers, but doesn't mean they're bad to trade. Look at the SGH. You know, I mean, the SGH would have been wonderful, and it has won 3 races. You know, these are just how I like to phrase them is that they're just not as volatile as these ones. These ones are wonderful when you're on the right side of them, and pretty bad when you're on the wrong side of them. And what I mean by that is that, you know, when we look at see what GovX is doing, what's the float? So there's 3 million in the float. So yeah, it's wonderful if you got in around 260 and you're riding it up. Don't wander away from your computer, okay, for even 10 seconds, because with these floats, anything can happen. All of a sudden, the buying just dries up, the enthusiasm dries up, and they can just plummet. So never, ever take your eyes off. If you're in, really, I don't like to take my eyes off any stock, but especially the low floaters. Okay, guys, now this is a trading room, but it's also a support room, okay? So if you're sitting out there wanting to ask a question, don't be shy. You can ask questions all day long. I am not, if I'm busy doing something, you know, and I can answer right away, I'll let you know. If I can't answer that, now, most accounting questions I cannot answer, okay? But I'll direct you to somebody who can. And if I can't answer, if you're looking for maybe a scan or something, I may not have it or something like that. We have 5 different traders. You know, Monday to Friday, I do take that break between 12 and 1. We have 5 different traders who take over for me. We all have different trading styles. And I think Jamie has just confirmed that he'll be taking over for me. And the answer is yes. So Jamie will be taking over for me in our YouTube room in about, well, an hour and a half. Yeah, the LGVN is getting frisky again, isn't it? I mean, the best we can say about it right now is that it's holding 5 fairly well. Let me bring it up again. LGVN. Let's take a look at it again. LGVN. Yeah, but look, it's just, but it, listen, to me, it has that look that later on in the day, if we get the volume coming back in, it has that look. When I say later on in the day, I'm talking about it in the afternoon, maybe after 1 o'clock, 1:30, 2 o'clock, and that, as long as it holds in this area, what we wouldn't want to see is it really go, keep moving down to 4 and then. So I have a question there in a YouTube room. What is my definition of a low float? My definition of a low float, usually, well, I might even have to adjust it, but I used to say 20 million is a low float, but we're seeing so many stocks now that are, we never used to see as many stocks with even like 5 million floats, but we're seeing stocks 5 million, 4 million, even under a million. But I'll still kind of stick to 20 million. However, it all depends on what you're used to trading. Okay. If you're used to trading Apple with its 15 billion float, you might look at and I'm just talking generally, you might look at 100 million being a low float, right? You might look at 100 million being a low float if you're used to trading, some of these mega floats. So it really depends on what you're used to trading. But for me personally, I still think that, anything under 20 million is a low float. But again, everybody could have a different definition. There were, and you phrased it correctly, okay? When you said what is your definition, in other words, my definition, because you might ask another person, and we're not talking necessarily about those who like to trade Apple, but just in general. And I might say, no, I only, I think a low float is 10 million or 5 million. Come on, LGVN. This is okay. You're doing it again now. But look at that. I mean, look at that. This is how you can get. Did you get nailed? Ooh, did you get nailed, Shady? I know you said 540. I know it hit 540. It got up to 551, didn't it? Or did it go so quickly that you didn't get it? I hope. Ooh, did trigger. Well, okay. I know you didn't get. I guess you didn't get stopped out. There's that VWAP. I mean, the VWAP. I think actually the VWAP has been lowered now, 531 a little bit. So I will reset my alerts, guys. 541. See if it takes it out. But it has been very, very frustrating. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just following an interesting discussion in our Slack thread. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, CMBM. CMBM, I'll click on it. I just want to see. Okay, CMBM, guys. This just showed up on the momentum scan. Let's take a wow. Okay, big pop here, guys. Coming right into yesterday's high. 207 is yesterday's high. Takes that out. It's got maybe a shot to the 230 level. Yeah, not a lot of volume. 124,000 shares. I mean, that does represent 8 times normal, but this is a different day from yesterday, guys. I mean, it's a little strange. It is Wednesday, right? Yeah, Wednesday today. I mean, this was full yesterday, full, almost too many alerts. I haven't changed anything, I don't think. Let me make sure. Yeah, no, it's all the same. This is a different day from yesterday. All right, GME, let's take a look. Wow, GME, okay, 2634. So it is now, let's see, last week's high over last week's high, 2669. That is 2 weeks ago. That's the high of 2 weeks ago. So a little bit of a resurgence, I suppose, in this meme stock. I have not clicked on QURE, and there it is. And I know I should have earlier. I know I should have earlier. AI alert yesterday when it took out the hive yesterday, which was around 685, and it just kept pouring on. Ugh. Well, guys, I don't know about this LGVN now. I'm a little surprised. Wow, this is really I mean, this is actually turning into a gap up and reverse. Right there, gap up and reverse. There are a few shares available, 24,000 shares available, and I'm just too biased because of the news, I think. Bushmaster, are you talking to me? And if you are, what one are you talking about? Or was I expecting to go up or down? Oh, I was expecting. I mean, I was thinking that, multiple times taking out the VWAP that eventually would hold and move higher. Yeah. Just because of the news. Okay. So Shady's going to try it again. What are you doing over on YouTube, Todd? Well, you know what is really sinking today is that SNGX. Interesting. CENX, aluminum play. This is moving down, or was anyway. Yeah, this is moving down. Alcoa has earnings next week. U.S. imposes a tariff on foreign-made steel, aluminum imports sent via Mexico. Your next low looking left for CENX is 1688. Got room. Um, how's Alcoa doing? I'm sure Alcoa has to be moving down the same way. Be very surprised if it isn't. Yeah, sort of leading the charge down. In fact, 38.54 is the next low. If it takes that out, 37.84. All right, guys. I'm really not a lot of alerts right now. Okay, maybe take a look at Krus, KRUS. This is an earnings play. No, Kurasushi. Okay, Kurasushi. I kept seeing a headline about that. Now I know why. It's an earnings play. I wanted to bring up that SNGX though. I mean, this is really, really getting hit here. Well, okay, it's only down 2%. SGH probably the best earnings play today so far that I can see. After getting rid of that stupid red candle here, that 945. Oh man, IVP now the big drop down to 350, pop right back up to 4 now. And 392 is the VWAP, so it's a little above the VWAP. Yeah. Todd mentioning that one in our YouTube room. I don't think, well, you mean was QURE, was it a SPAC, you mean? I well, I mean anything is possible, but when you say you have no info, so let's take a look at the monthly chart. They started trading, and going back to 2020, 19. I doubt it. No, it was trading in 17, well before the SPACs and all. Looks like it, yeah. So I don't think it was a SPAC. Yes. What do they do? Let's see. Well, in our business, it says they engage in the discovery, development, and commercialization of innovative gene therapies. Its discoveries intend to treat hemophilia, Huntington's disease, and glabella, and cardiovascular problems. That's what it says for QURE, company out of the Netherlands. All right, so Cure finally won a race. All right, guys. Again, I'm not seeing too many continuation plays. That's what I'm looking for. Obviously, something that I'm not saying there are none. Just some of the things that I'm looking at. All right. If QURE breaks on the monthly chart, let's take a look at so at $9. $9 on the monthly chart is sort of the next high, and then it does break that. That's on a monthly chart though. That's 1066. Let me see if I can find it on a weekly chart. Yeah, breaks 9. Yeah, it's got some room to 950, and then the next high after that is 1075. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but oh, wish I had shorts for this SNGX. This would have been awesome. Look at this SNGX. Gap up and reverse, 957, 839, 695. Now there was a trigger, 839, 694 now. I just did not have shorts available at Interactive Brokers. There's just something wrong with LGVN. It's almost as if, there have been these other companies that come out with these Alzheimer's press releases, and I guess nobody really believes it. I mean, and I mean, this is FDA, so I'm not saying this is fake news or anything like that, but well, SD, the reason I've said this before also, SD in our YouTube room is saying that he's a Canadian like myself, opening up a Trade Zero account to short these kind of tickers is super easy to set up. I don't doubt it, but I've said many times that a lot of times that when I don't have shorts available, it turns out to be a great thing. Now, if you can pick a top on something, obviously, and you have shorts available, I'm just not great at picking tops. Most of the time I have found over all my years of trading that not having shorts available for these crazy little ones has probably saved me. So, but I hear you. Okay, I do hear you. So there's toast. Look at toast just come steadily down. POST. I don't see any news on this one. Not an earnings play. August is earnings, so not an earnings play. Not, it's really shouldn't be market related. I don't know what's going on with it. The next low looking left is around 22. All right, Lilium. This is a German company. Vertical takeoff and landing. Rob was saying there's some chatter about a contract. All right, guys. Well, again, I'm broken record. I'm just not saying a lot. There's the SGH. It's pulled back and maybe making another move. Takes out that high. This could give us a trade, 27.50. I'll put a price alert right there. One of the few earnings plays today. It has, yeah, I think I have to go to a monthly chart now and see where could it stall on the monthly chart. So the next high on the monthly chart is 29.09. So that'd be far enough away if it can do it. Okay, well, here we go. So this is approaching the high now, SGH. Really, Todd. Okay. Ugh, I had shorts available too for this one. I did not realize it. The Sissy, SISI. So we had a gap down and go, 330. And it got down to, wow, got down to 230. Had shorts available, 18,000 interactive brokers. So from 330 to 230. I don't think it's a SPAC here, or Todd. I don't think it is. I mean, it was trading well before in 2017, 2016, 15. So it's not, if it is, it's certainly not a recent one. Boy, this one has been, this is alive again, guys. SOI from our AI monthly now coming maybe into a resistance area. Okay. Maybe, you know, right around that. You can see in the monthly chart, right around $11 for SOI. This is interesting because so they acquire this company called Mobile Energy Rentals. A lot of times that's not what happens to the with the acquiring company. I would say that definitely more than 50%. The acquiring company is the one that gets hit down. I don't know if that other company is public or private. Let's take a look. Mobile Energy Rentals. Let's see if it is. I didn't see it. Yeah, it doesn't look like. It looks like that was a private company that they're taking over. SOI. Okay, I know you guys were talking about KZIA. We just got halted on the way up. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I got to stretch my legs. Just give me a moment. All right, guys. I'm excuse me. I'm back. All right, guys. Well, AEHL has been on a tear. This is definitely a nice trend. I've sort of seen it. I know it is won a race. I think, yeah, a couple of races. I've got the monthly chart here. Let's take a look at the monthly chart. The next high is 870, but let's take a look at the weekly chart. Wow, what a run! Basically, a month and a half, and this has gone from 137 to $5. Now, another reason, to click on some of these stocks that are moving, okay, there could be the best stock of all of these. I don't mean just, right now, but over the course of the day. You could see, there could be a stock that didn't win one race, but it could have finished second or third, like 10 times. Okay. Doesn't mean it's bad because it didn't win a race, but you wouldn't see it in this list. So that's what I'm saying. If you see something moving, click on it just to see what's happening. And there's the cure. I mean, the cure is not even in the top 10. It won a race, but it would have to win another race to knock out probably this one, the NAAS. So this is a great. I mean, people ask all the time, can the AI be used for swing trading? Well, again, swing trading is up to you, but look at what happened with Cure. I'm not saying this would happen every single time the next day, but Cure was an AI alert yesterday. The key thing to me is that it closed near the high of the day. So consequently, you could have been looking at this and thinking, okay, maybe I'll hold some and see what happens the next day. Now, no, I would never predict it was going to do this, but that's how you can kind of play the AI for swing trading. Also, AI does get out of every trade at the end of the day. It doesn't mean you have to. Apogee. So this has got a little bit of room. APGE has got a little bit of room when you look at a weekly chart. The next high looking left is 45, almost $46. So almost $4 to the next high for APGE. I don't know what's happening with it. I don't know if there's any specific news on it today, or was there some news a few days ago? It was at 38 3 days ago. Jennison Associates increases position in an apogee. All right, guys, another 45 minutes or so. I'll be taking my break. Jamie will be taking over for me. Okay, here's a new one showing up, guys, for me. EVTC. It is gone positive now. It was negative. Boy, look at yesterday. Oh, I don't think I saw this one yesterday. Straight down virtually all day till the end. Had a little pop at the end, but from 9:30 to 2:15, straight down. Having a little bit of a surge here, little bottom fishing play, I suppose. I don't know what happened yesterday. The high yesterday is 269 or so. I don't know what happened to it yesterday. It was not an earnings play. Meanwhile, the market, Dow's up a little, Nas is up a little, SPY's up. So nothing dramatic happening. Nothing happening now until 1 p.m. There's in terms of economic calendar, bond auction at 1 p.m. And then a couple of the Fed presidents are speaking at 2:30. Hmm. All right. I mean, IVP has not been easy, but again, it's over four. Again, over four. Holding that 10 SMA. The VWAP is 392, so it's over the VWAP, but it is not, in my opinion, anyway. It's been pretty jumpy. Low float, 6.9 million in the float. Look at these topping tails and bottoming tails on the daily chart. Guys, I've had one trade today, and that's the ALAR, early, well, fairly early, 946 or so. And it was this one right there, the short, 33.33, and that's it. Down to 30 out of it. Now, of course, excuse me, focused most of my attention on LGVN, trying to figure out a way to see if it was going to give us a big trade. I seem to see this one every single. How ugly is this one? I seem to see it every single day. They'll fly. FLYE. Look how ugly this is on a daily, on the 15-minute chart. Wow, hard to look at. Do I ever trade pre-market? Yes. Ever is a long time. Ever. Yes. Rarely, only because I'd love to trade the pre-market more, but I've got too many other things going on. getting set for getting the rooms ready, and just a few other things. Plus, I would trade the pre-market a lot more if I were in the Eastern time zone. But living in Vancouver, it's hard enough getting up at 4 in the morning. But if I were in the believe me, if I were in the Eastern time zone, I would be trading the pre-market a lot more. Exactly. They talking to SD in our YouTube room. But it is funny because when I woke up this morning, so that's 4:30 my time, okay? And I did turn on my computer and I have a note that I put down. I said I can have all I wanted at around 3:15. I do that sometimes. I scratch it, but I had to do other things. But I put a note down. I could have all the shares I wanted at $3.15 for the LGVN. I'll trade places, yeah, William. I'll trade. I'll trade time zones. There's no. I won't trade the city though. That's too bad, and because Vancouver's too beautiful a city. Yeah, I don't want to get into that, William, but you are right. All right, 11:25, guys. So I'm sort of just treading water right now. Yeah, I don't feel like melting, Pepe. I mean, we actually had for Vancouver, had a big heat spell. It subsided today, but anyway, let's got to find something. How's the Feng looking? FENG. Again, look at that. 4 comes all the way back down to 3. I mean, these are just really difficult to try to trade. Okay, here's a new one. ARBE. What is it doing? ARBE, a big pop here. Has room. Okay, something that's got some room. 255. ARB Robotics has got some room. Volume though, man. 159, 159,000. I know that's 5.7 times normal. Israeli stock. It's just might not have enough volume. Okay, guys, 30 more minutes for me. I'm counting down. 30 more minutes for me until I take my break, approximately anyway. Boy, look at this one. Just not even moving. KRUS after the initial big move, just kind of hanging in this area. UBXG. I don't think I've seen that one. Well, they're both, it's another China stock, no volume. I was going to say Tokyo company. It is Toyo, but it is a Japanese company. Toyo. It's hard to, but just, I don't know, too choppy. Well, Iran had a nice bounce off the lows here. IREN 1281, 1369 now, and went positive, was negative at one point. We've gone positive. All right, guys, listen, I'm going to put myself on mute for a bit. If I see something, I'll hop back on, or if there's a question, I'll hop back on. Okay, there's a question. Does the AI show the re-entry indicator on the chart or just keep the original entry price? Probably just the original. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about, now, was one triggered today? Okay, so one was triggered for AEHR. at 1521. I'm sure it is just I'm sure it's just the original. You just have to know that's the reentry. Yeah. Okay. That's a good reentry though, wasn't it? Stop got hit. All right, guys. Well, IVP is on the move. Maybe 4 is going to be the magic to hold for a while anyway. 448 was the high. Let's take a look on the weekly chart to see where it could go before it hits that next high. Looks like there's a high at 530. Yeah, it looks like the next high on the weekly chart anyway is 530. And that is for IVP. All right, I hate to mention it, but LGVN is starting to curl a little bit. LGVN starting to curl a little bit here, doing this. See how that VWAP is really starting to fall now too. 520 now. It used to be at 540, then 538. Of course, the VWAP will fall as more and more stock is trading lower and on, well, not huge volume, but really, it got through $1, KZIA. No kidding. Wow. 29 cents to $1.06. Not bad. 23 million in the float, 256 million. So it's traded the float a little over 10 times. So I'm sure you guys must have posted this. Kazia Gaines as brain cancer drug increases survival in mid to late stage study. You're right. And yeah, the Momo scan SOI just made another new high. All right, how's Cure doing? QURE. How's it doing? Did it pull back at all? A little bit. 924, still hanging over 9. All right, I had an alert set for AEHR. Ah, okay. Okay, has a little bit of room to 1660. That is the AEHR, has a little bit of room. Okay, guys, AEHR. Of course, this was an AI alert a lot earlier. There it goes, guys, AEHR. And the next high, it's got some room, 1660. It got up to 1645 or so this morning, earlier, 945, candle. 1643 to be exact. It's a good point, though, you made, EFB3. You know, I haven't talked about this for a while. Doesn't often happen. So what the AI will do is if at any point the stock hits the stop price, okay? So there's the AEHR. The entry was 1573. The stop was at 1460. That's a wide stop, okay? But look what happened. Now, at the very beginning, I mean, this was awesome. I mean, you know, you never would have let this hit that stop without trading it out. You had an alert at 1573, and right there, before it pulled back at all, I mean, it tacked on almost not quite a dollar, 1646. Okay. And then it came all the way back down. So, I mean, you can't let that happen. But what happens is if a stock ever hits the stop price, okay, then automatically a reentry price is calculated. And it is just, used to know how to do this, it's just halfway between the entry and the stop. Let me make sure of that. Yeah. So that's exactly what happens, okay? And you can see Not often does a stock get stopped out, but I mean, if it does hit, and this is not the stop out, it just has to hit the stop price. Okay, so that's what happened with AEHR, and that new reentry is halfway between the stop 1469 and 1573. I mean, it's not terribly scientific, but and then there is a new reentry stop price generated. Okay. I used to say that, if you just waited for this, never mind trading them at the beginning, but just waited for this. Problem is, you don't get too many. And that again goes right into my theme of having that filter say none. Okay. Because I think the default, I disagree, but I think it only has the profitable trades. But if you have the none, then you're going to see something like the AEHR pulled back, and as EFB3 says, able to play it twice. And arguably the second time, what's that, 79 cents? It's about the same. I mean, nobody's saying you can get in right at the exact penny and trade it out right at the very top. But 1521 to the current price is about the same as that 1573 to the high it made, if all that makes sense. I was hoping, I wasn't looking at this. I heard KZIA halted. I was thinking, oh man, did it really pop up? But no. Okay, guys, I have another 15 minutes or so before Jamie does take over for me in our YouTube room. Before I leave, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. So you head over and listen to Jamie. Well, you know what had a nice bounce actually was the SNGX. Really nice bounce off the lows there, 692 up to 806 through the 10 SMA. Where's the VWAP? 883. VWAP is way up here. Wow. QURE. You were right about that one, Todd. So what did it do after it got over 9? It did get down to 8. I mean, that's a big drop, but nonetheless, it came back right back up. Went from 926 down to 848. All depends. If you took this one, where would you put your stop? All right. Well, this fly keeps alerting me. Now look at it. FLYE. What do they do again? Electric vehicle company. Motorcycles, bikes, scooters. Okay. Had earnings back here, and ever since its earnings release, it's done, pretty well. Back here, meaning July the 1st. Okay, guys, 11:50. I'm just going to put my announcement up. I'm not gone yet, of course, but just going to get the announcement up. You know what? Probably too soon. Okay. Just waiting for Jamie to show up in about another 10 minutes or so in our YouTube room. Jamie, I know you're listening. If you want to come in at 2 minutes to 12, that'd be great. 3 minutes to 12, better. 4 minutes to 12, awesome. Well, yeah, Todd, you were bang on about Cure. Yeah, in our YouTube room, he was telling me keep an eye on the 9 because if it takes out 9, it can get to 10. And I think on the monthly chart, that's what we saw. The only problem would have been that big red bar. That's a 60-cent red bar. Don't know what I would have done there had I taken it on that 9 break. So on the monthly chart, we are looking at the next high is 1066. The Battle of Hastings for you history buffs. And then after that, 1195. Yeah, so I mean, there is news. I mean, they're talking about the stock may be rising on continued strength after the company recently announced updated interim data, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so that's the news for the Cure. Out of the Netherlands. Not too many Netherlands stocks or companies on the U.S. exchanges, I don't think, anyway. Well, as you know, I don't really look at stocks under $1, but just for you, yeah, I mean, it's not doing anything. I look at the monthly chart; it's just sitting there, right? So, I mean, if it gets some news, maybe some catalyst or something. I know it's having a bit of a move today, but look at that monthly chart, just kind of sitting there. It's a pretty big float, 83 million for a $1 stock, sub $1 stock. Yeah, the weekly doesn't look that much better, in my opinion. Okay, I mean, to me, between here and $1, looks like there's Could be a ton of resistance still. So unless it has some spectacular news. Okay, I will put my announcement in now. Again, I'll hang on, of course, until Jamie shows up. And the other thing I'll do is I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. So you can head over and listen to Jamie while he takes over for me between 12 and 1. All right, guys, this just got halted on the way up. CETU. Oh, this is one of those SPACs. Yeah, it's a SPAC, so not too interested in the SPAC. But there it is. CETU just got halted on the way up. Okay, guys, okay. Curacy has just taken a little drop below 10 now. Finally, okay. Just give me a moment, Jamie. Okay, guys, Jamie just showed up in our YouTube room. So I'll see you guys in the main room in about an hour at 1 p.m. Eastern time. So I'm putting myself on mute there. Jamie, how are you?
Barry, am I late?
No. You're 3 minutes early. So no, it's just been a bit of a strange day for me today. Not a lot of follow through in some of the things I'm been looking at. Very disappointed in the LGVN. I didn't trade it, but I was really hoping it would. It tested the. You know the one I'm talking about, right? I've been talking about it probably all morning.
Right.
LGVN. Yeah, I tested the VWAP about 3 or 4 times. Had the Alzheimer's news. It's eye catching, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Massive run, but had lots more to go if it wanted to.
Right.
Just didn't do it. So that was frustrating for me because I spent a lot of time kind of trying to figure out a way to get into it.
No,
But
I saw you on our thread. Was it last night or this morning? You were commenting on that. Yeah.
Actually, I don't think it was that one. I think it was VVPR.
Another Alzheimer's?
No.
Okay.
This morning.
Confused, yeah.
This morning, I commented on the LGVN. Not last night.
Okay.
Okay. And then VVPR was the one last night that I commented on. It was sort of a bit of a poor man's Zap. They're in the same
Right.
UK stock, and electric, etc. And Zap, as you know, went crazy, and VVPR went really great this morning, but has given it up somewhat. But anyway, I just couldn't quite couldn't quite see any great, but except for the Cure. I mean, the Cure, QURE, that has had just a great run.
Yeah, and that was an AI pick yesterday, correct?
Exactly. And
Hmm.
guess what I'm going to do my video on? I'm going to do my
Yeah, let me
video on
guess.
that one, because we get the question all the time. Can it be used for swing trades? And well, it's up to you, but here's an example.
Oh, and
All
Barry,
right, my friend, listen.
it was also a good go no go signal yesterday.
Yes, yes, it
QURE.
was.
Hmm.
I pointed that out.
Yep.
All right, my friend.
Otherwise, to your comment earlier, I think today, from what I've observed, it seems to be like one of the slowest day we've had all summer, kind of as far as follow through for everything.
Well, you've taken over the screen yet?
I do believe so, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to show you my gap continuation or reversal scan that I resurrected last week. So
Hmm.
yesterday at this time, this was full. Today I've only got like 10 stocks, which is okay. But yesterday it was absolutely full, which means that there were a lot of continuations or
Hmm.
reverse continuations. Today, just not a lot of things like that. So, I'm surprised. I mean, it's Wednesday. It's not like it should be a slow day or anything, but it is what it is, as they say. But next week, my friend, we get earning season starting, so it should
I
be a
know
lot more
already,
active.
already.
Yeah,
All right, my friend. Well, I know you got things to do,
I
so
got things to do. I got gardens to water. I've got dogs to take out. I've got exercise to do, and I've got a video to do.
I
So
just
I got
turned
to.
off my water sprinkler, Barry. So yeah,
Okay.
domestic chores.
All right.
We'll see
Okay,
when you get
Jamie.
back. Okay.
Okay. Bye
Bye
bye.
bye. Okay, hello everybody. Welcome to the live support session hosted by me while Barry takes his well-deserved break. So, hello to everybody that's a normal attendee, and in case there are any new people out there, if you're new to Trade Ideas, welcome. And just be aware this is the live support session, no pre-planned script, just talking shop, trade ideas, markets. Any questions that you have about the software, just let me know and I'll answer them for you in the questions panel. And also, too, maybe you'd like me to take a look at some symbols on the chart using my rudimentary technical analysis. Be happy to do that as well. Otherwise, it's a pretty slow day out there as we just kind of meander along here in this little range up here on the SPY. Orange line is the 10 period. Notice once we got down here, boom, that was the little support level slash trampoline that propelled the good old SPY back up here. But things still looking rosy in bull market land. Just zoom out real quick here. You know, up, up, and away. All right, so I don't believe I've missed any questions here. All right. So if you do have a question, just feel free to use that questions panel to get it out there. In the meantime, I had this pulled up earlier. The energy ETF or energy fuels, and I do believe this is is it uranium? I'm not sure, but having a pretty good lift today. I know this little guy right here is uranium, Canadian mining operation Denison, looking, pretty much mimics the chart of the quad U here. But up, up and away on that one today. Chart question, didn't see a 4-hour chart option. And then I see TIPSCO. I'll get to your AI question here in just a second. Don't see a 4-hour chart option. I do believe you're right there, Echo, because if we right click and go to time frame, yeah, we got the 60-minute and then we skip right to daily. Funny you say that because when I'm looking at crypto, oftentimes the 4-hour chart, say for Bitcoin, is the one that I prefer. We just don't have that option at present time. But the best way to submit this as a feature request, if you just queued up an email and sent that to info@trade-ideas.com and just put that, say, hey guys, I'd really like to see a 4-hour chart option. If it's not already in the wish list queue, well, then we can add it there. But that's the best way to go about that, Echo. Just send that email to info@trade-ideas.com. You might want to put feature request in the title. And if that is not already in the queue, we can add it for you. Of course, no telling when it might get done, but that would be a nice feature to add, is a 4-hour chart. All right, 10-4 on that. Okay, Tipsco, can you review the Holly alerts from today? Sure. Tell you what, let me just copy Holly's trade blotter into my, let's see, I got explosive winners up here. All right, so all I did is just copy that in. We'll put it down here. Squish that down a little bit. Okay, so here are, ooh, and I squished everything up a little too much. We'll look at conservative, moderate, and let me get rid of some of these columns over here real quick. We don't really need to see the reentry stuff. Give me a little bit more room. Okay, there we go. Pardon me for a second. Smart stop and time until. There, now we should have enough room. Okay. Okay, so here we have all of the calls from the AI today. I'm just going to sort by time. So who was asking that? Tipsco. Yeah, so Tipsco, the way it works is, we can always see our entry time and our exit time here, and we can see which strategy produced the trade. And on that topic, if I was to show you, hold on, things are hiding from me here. So just a little bit about how the AI does its thing. Oh, come on now. One moment, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. So this is the strategy window here. All right. You get all the trades that have been issued, but this was the strategy collection that the AI showed up with for today's session. So you can see here, 3 short strategies, 2 longs for a total of 5. Now, just because a strategy makes the cut does not necessarily mean it's going to issue a signal. So we can see downward dog, pullback long, and pullback short, 0, 0, 0. The only 2 that have produced any trades today are the breakout long, having 3, and breakdown short, having 1. And these are the trades that you see here. Okay. So number 1, you'll never see the AI generate a trade before 10 minutes into the open. So you can see right here, 8:40 my time, which would be 9:40 Eastern, we had our first play, which was AEHR, right up here at the entry price of 1570. Current price is just kind of covering that up. So we're about a nickel below right now. But had you taken this trade, you get a nice little lift in the second 15-minute bar, and then boom, slam down, and just a good old-fashioned stop out there. Now, the AI exited early on this one. That's why you're seeing a profit save reason for the exit. Now, had you stayed in it, the stop would have been hit. But the way the profit save works, and while we're on this topic, in conservative mode, okay, there are 5 reasons why the AI may get out of the trade. Okay. So once the trade is initiated, you're going to have a stop loss. Okay. Every once in a while, there might be a profit target in there, but let's just use stop loss gets hit, timed hold expires. That's two. And then in conservative mode, I like to call them audibles. There are two audibles that the AI can call. It doesn't have to wait for the stop out to occur, the profit target to get hit. If a certain amount of time passes, and look at this as more like a modified trailing stop, stock's not going up anymore, the AI can get out early. And that's what it did on the profit save. Now you might be thinking, well, conservative, it got out and made 67 bucks. But had we held it and it did not exit on the profit save, then, the stop would have been hit. And that's the value that we're seeing in the moderate column. So stop loss or profit target, if profit target is active, we haven't seen a whole lot of profit targets lately in the AI, but you do have the stop loss, the timed hold, profit save, or reduce risk, which we don't see any reduced risk here. But if the position is red and it's just slowly trending, then the AI can also initiate not the profit save, but I just said the word, now I can't remember it, reduce risk. We just don't have any of those present today. So nothing lighting up the world on the AEHR trade. The second long was this SOI, which is working pretty well thus far. Nice little expenditure of energy coming all the way up here to this 1008 area, right? And a lot of the times, I don't know about you guys, but it's kind of hard to pull the trigger on these sometimes when you see all that energy expenditure. But we do have to keep in mind that the added value from the AI is statistical weight, statistical viability. So this one may have looked extended, coming up from 874 up to 1008, but boom, the buyers never relented in this one. So exit reason here, you can see it's still open. On the conservative, still open. Moderate, still open. Now, every time we click on here, we're going to get, the markings of the AI. Stop loss, entry price is always going to be reflected on the charts there. So tips go, just kind of giving a general overview of what you're seeing, right? And keep in mind, if we do have an exit, it's going to mark the exit time here. So SOI is the only one that is currently still open. So if you have specific questions that I'm not really addressing here, tips go, just, let me know any more detail that you'd like to see or know about. In the meantime, I'll kind of flip back over here. Peter, any tips using explosive winners? Well, Peter, I would say, you've got your plan, right? You've got your chart set up. So whether it's explosive winners or anything, any other window that you prefer to watch, it's really all about the setup. Do you like what's going on? Is the risk in play? Because explosive winners will spit out things all day, right? Things that are doing crazy volume, things that are up a lot. Only question is, can you make an optimized or efficient entry in there? Because, let's face it, entry's everything. Entry and exit, is number higher or lower than the buy? Is number higher or lower than the short? So there's not really a secret trick to utilizing explosive winners or any of these channels or any of these windows. It's kind of like what we say about the AI all the time. You know, if you're new to the business of trading and then all of a sudden you get exposed to, hey, this is an AI, you might think for a moment, well, all I got to do is follow this and the profits are guaranteed. Well, I don't care what kind of tool you're using. I don't care if it's an AI. I don't care if it's any kind of I, right? Any tool, whether it's AI, a top list window, alert window, something completely different than what we're talking about, there is no free lunch, right? In the end, it's only a signal. And then you have to size up the chart and go, do I feel comfortable entering this? Like, let's look at the SOI again. Let's just go a little bit smaller on the time frame, get a little bit more granular here. Okay, 5, 10, 15, right? Clearly, buyers are in control here. Let me re-click on there and get my entry line again. Okay. Now, big energy expenditure, but how could we have comfortable? Like, I wasn't in this one. Um, but when we see it here and we're thinking to ourselves, man, this thing's already up massively just in the past 10 minutes, and now the AI is calling a buy signal. Well, if I liked what was going on and I sit there and observed, maybe the book for a minute, I'm thinking to myself, well, these guys seem to be pretty solid here. And if I did want to go ahead and take this trade at the 1007, 1006 level, okay, what can I use that stands out the most to comfortably manage this position without sitting some kind of huge wiggle, right? Well, entry price 1008. What's the bottom of that candle right there? $9.84. So 16 plus 8. You could have gotten into it right here, used the bottom of that candle for a 24-cent risk, and experienced a nice, you know, currently about a point of profit potential up here, right? 1008, 1103, 95 cents from here to here. And sometimes we just have to kind of eyeball things and go, okay, well, I'm not even going to bring these two candles into the play here. This is the current candle. You know what? I'll risk 24 cents. And in that case, it almost paid off on a 4-to-1 basis, right? Risk a quarter, make almost a point. Not quite 4, but pretty close. Okay, TSPCO, let me know if you need any more detail or if you have any other questions. What's going on there, Michael? Let's see. Just to follow up with you on any tweaks made to high volume movers from the other week. Can't say that I have, Michael, on the high volume movers. Nothing really new to speak of. Now, this little guy right here, I just pulled this from the relative strength leaders. Man, I would have liked to have seen this one because this was a nice little setup right here. All right, this is textbook. Perfect. All right. Opening candle, we're gapped up a little. What are we up? 300% today. Now, yes, this is a sub $1 stock. I just noticed that, but all I care about is this pattern. All right. So we got an opening, a little downturn here to set lows for the session. High and low clearly marked off. Then we go range bound in a very tight pattern here. Notice even on the 5, notice the 10 period, which is the orange line. Perfect. Bam, bam, bam. Comes back here and hits it. Slowly grinds back up. And then this is the magic spot right here. We'll just call that 39 cents. Could have had all you wanted right there, right? This is a nice little intraday breakout from a nice identifiable consolidation area. So could have had all you wanted there. Nice little grind up. Pull back to entry, which a lot of the times trades do this, especially breakout plays. You're up for a little bit, then they're going to regress down a little bit, back to the entry level. But look who we have camped out right here, the 10 period. Nice little gentle touch, and then boom, a higher high, and then off to the races. Never even acted or came close to a stop out, right? So if we were going to take a trade like this is the entry candle. Look back prior 15 minutes, not including the entry candle, 5, 10, 15. This is also our risk level right here, all right? So we'll call that 39 cents. Down here, we're at is a 12-cent risk from 39 up to a buck. Okay, almost a nice 3-to-1 risk to reward ratio at the tops here. Now notice once the buyers got exhausted, came back down. Ooh, we're going to test that 10 period. We got to close, and then boom, it's been underwater since. So the sellers took back over. And as long as we are below this 10 period here, even on the 5, and I tell you what, we got to take a look at the 15. See, still looks nice and strong on the 15. And this is where I think the 10 period has the most relevance. Hat tip to Steve Gomez on that one. But if we edge back down, this is where buyers might take control again. But just a beautiful setup all around. Even in the 15-minute, we just have less bars to contend with. Low of the prior 15-minute candle would have been right here. Same setup, just less candles on the 15. Michael, I'm hanging in there, man. Hope you are as well. Hope everybody is. As I was telling Barry, pretty slow market. You know, um, if I see something out of the corner of my eye a lot of the times, I'll take that trade. But you know, it seems like here lately we'll have a good day, then we'll have a dead day, then we'll have a good day, and then a dead day. It kind of seemed like today might be the good day, but mm-mm. Mark is just a little lazy as we pop all-time. No, we're not. Let's see here. As we're popping highs here. Very interesting. And doing it on kind of low volume here. But I mean, this is the monthly chart on the SPY. And ATH. ATH. I guess those Fed pep rallies are working. Custom formulas with that high volume movers. I'm not sure about that, Michael. I don't think there were any customs in there because, as you know, if unless your custom is the exact same formula and assign the same U value, then it would not show up. Now, was I smart enough? Did I save that in my cloud from last week? Let me take a look. And last Wednesday, let's see, last Wednesday, give me a moment here, was the 3rd. So let me look at my market pulse on the 3rd. But that's the only one I see saved from the 3rd. So I was not smart enough to save that. I remember dropping CloudLink Pepe. It was 2 weeks ago. Well then, let me check one more time. And that would have been the 26th. So let me take one more peek in here. Nope, after the 23rd, I have several things I saved on the 25th, but not the 26th. There's a hole there, sorry. Sorry. Nope, I remember when Pepe dropped it in, and I remember pulling it up, and then you got it. I was like, okay, but I did not save it, unfortunately. All right, up and away as we peck at new highs here. Okay, thank you, Pepe. That's what I thought. I didn't think there were any customs in there. So, Michael, no customs in that window. I haven't even peeked at my Dawn of the Dead this morning. We had the Verpix on there, doing nothing. The NOS. Ooh, yeah, and that's QURE from. We all know that one from yesterday. But a lot of these things are going flat, but they all gapped. So not a lot of action there. Hawaiian Electric kind of coming back in play here lately. Not a bad upward trend on CAN. Yeah, yeah, I know. Give me a second here, ladies and gents. Okay, I should be back. I know the screen blipped out there for a minute while my network reconnected. Can someone just give me a thumbs up? You can still see and hear everything. Let me see. Yep, my charts are still changing. So just a brief blip there. But if someone could give me confirmation that you can still hear me, that would be nice. Hello. Okay, thank you. And you can still hear me, David? Okay, good, good. Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure. Otherwise, I'd be getting pestered by that window. That's kind of weird why that window is doing that. Let's see if it does it again. Maybe that was just a reconnect. Okay. Well, no, it's still doing it. Interesting. Yeah, and these uranium stocks, boy, they're not giving anything back. That thing's just strong as an ox. All day, up a cool 9%. A lot of stocks out there not acting like themselves today. And from a trading perspective, when things act similar 90% of every trading day, and then one day you're like, these things aren't acting like themselves, well, that's always a sign to go, you know what, have to be a lot more selective and a lot more diligent today because, well, things aren't acting the same. All right, Peter, please take a look at FFWM on the daily. What is the downward gap telling me? Well, tell you what, let me do this. And you wanted to look at the daily. You talking about this gap right here, Peter? From 702, and then we gap down on the 3rd, right? That's the gap that jumps out at me. Um, well, what is that telling you? Well, it's a past event, and all it really told you on that day is something bad happened, right? I don't know if it was news related, or what was the case for the stock to close at 657 on the 2nd and then open at 510 the following day. Well, apparently there was some bad news, right? That's typically when stocks are going to gap down like that. But as far as what it's telling you now, um, well, it's telling you to play devil's advocate here. It doesn't know. It's not really telling you anything. All we can do is mark off the highs and lows from this guy, and we can see we didn't quite tap lows here. Didn't quite get down to the low of that day, and then we've been kind of bouncing for the fourth day now. Now, you know, this being the gap, and let me just check the open there. I did not want to do that. Okay, so I just want to see the open once again. Okay, hold on. FFWM again. I couldn't get my, there it is. Okay. So we open at 510, and that was way down here. Okay, candle body. That's where we opened, right? And then we went a little bit lower. So this is the gap level right here. And if we marked off the prior day and the close was 657. There we go, close enough. Okay. So this is the gap, right? Gap here, grind it a little lower, grind it a little lower, and then slowly has been making its way back up. So the only thing that this gap might tell us, if we get, you know, through it, and this was the gap price. So already above the gap price, must have taken a little run up during the day, but we got two things coming up here. All right, one, the top of that wick coinciding pretty well with the 10 period. So let's say over the next, today's Wednesday, maybe by, who knows, this is a possible scenario here. We could grind back up and test this level, but this is going to be a very important level when, if FFWM gets back up here. All right. And then at that point in time, if we do test this level, then a close above the blue line or a close above the 10 period on the daily could be an indicator that we might want to get back into this area up here. Other possible scenario, we might go down here and crack and break lows. Okay. And if we did that, we can use the monthly over here to go, well, if it did break lows, where might the next bus stop be? And, my eyes kind of just go to this level here, looking at these monthly candles. So that's about all I got as far as that gap. But the gap only tells us one thing typically. Well, in this case, something's wrong, right? Maybe it gets resolved, or from a technical perspective, it recuperates. But these are the two potential scenarios. The other scenario is we go sideways between 575 and 509, 510, 508 for who knows how many days, right? No worries, Peter. First Foundations. I don't know what the financial services. Like we don't have enough of those already. All right, we backed off a little bit here. Still a knock, knock, knocking. And SOI still no signs of backing off. And the HE, the Hawaiian Electric. Not a bad entry signal. Well, actually, I was looking at the stop loss. 967 on the entry, not quite a point risk. Looking very similar. Why is that? Because both SOI, which ran up significantly, and HE, which ran up significantly before the entry signals, still worked. Pretty impressive. All right. Don't think I missed any questions. Nope. So if you got one, chunk it on out there. Some other small sub winners here. Yeah, I had SOI showing up on multiple other windows today early on, and then you see the AI issuing that. Actually, there are two stocks on the AI list today, HE and SOI. The reason I was paying attention to HE early is just because of these insane volume levels here. Hawaiian Electric just got shellacked over here. This was when the Hawaii fires kicked in and was not a good month for Hawaiian Electric. But apparently some volume coming back into it. What could that mean? We don't know. All we know is that it's active. And this range pretty much tells the story. But yeah, some sick volume pumping through HE today. And of course, big volume numbers on SOI. And that's typically what the AI is looking for. Huge volume in these, accompanied with the proper pattern. Of course, there's no guarantee when volume's added to the equation, but it can be a very good equalizer. As far as short floats here, nothing really going on with SOI. A little bit different story here with Hawaiian Electric. 23% of the float is still short. So if my memory serves me correctly, they got the blame for the fires, blah, blah, blah. Whether you believe that or not, well, if, let's say, we start getting up into these upper candles, upper monthly candles here, start flirting with that 10 period, and volume comes into it because you think people thinking to themselves, oh, this thing's beat down, they're going to be found non-liable, or whatever fantasy you want to play out, which doesn't matter. Keep in mind, preconceived notions are always the worst thing to bring to a trading session. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't have those things because that's part of being a human. We're going to have those thoughts, but that shouldn't be the defining factor when you're opening a position. You need your technicals and your other factors that you look for to jive with your preconceived notion, which is just fluff. Preconceived notions are always just fluff. Now we like to tell ourselves, yeah, why'd you buy that stock? Well, because, they were going to be found non-liable. Well, that's not any metric that I would use. But it's okay to have that thought, but only if your metrics and the pattern line up with your preconceived notion. Is that ever a good thing, right? Some of the worst trades ever by any trader, they'll tell you, yeah, I came in with a preconceived notion and just refused to abandon it, even though the technicals and my metrics were telling me you're wrong, right? But anyway, the bottom line is this. I'm getting a little off track here, but that's part of trading psychology 101. If this HE starts getting frisky and gets above certain levels over here and does monster volume because you have people stepping in as real buyers, and then we get the shorts to start covering, that adds additional volume on top of the organic volume and really just douses that fire with gasoline. That's when you can get some huge moves. So is that going to happen in Hawaiian Electric? Don't know. Maybe. Flip a coin. Um, but if that action ever does kick in, that's what you're going to see is that really high volume and maybe some type of a short squeeze. They're always fun to be in. All right, questions panel is open. Let me get a little drink of agua here. Well, I hear people complaining, even in California, it's a little hot, but being in Texas, when people complain about being hot, I just kind of chuckle. I'll give you hot. And when it's humid, it's even worse, which is kind of where we are right now. But oh well. As Barry was talking about, earnings are going to be kicking in pretty soon. And before you know it, ladies and gentlemen, snap, crackle, pop, summer's going to be over. And then we're back into the fall. And what an interesting fall it's going to be. All right. Kind of quiet out there. But if you do have a question, go ahead and get it out there. As a friendly reminder, later this month, we will be hosting our trading competition again. The theme of this one is going to be AI in July. So in this contest, you will be relegated to only the plays that the AI issues, right? Now, having said that, you don't have to take the signal immediately. You can if you want to, but it's going to be about who plays the AI picks the best. That's going to dictate who the winner or winners are in the AI in July contest. So that's going to be very interesting, right? Everybody's going to have to trade the same stocks, but put your own spin on your entries and exits. That's going to be a fun one. Hey, what's up, Steve? Looks like HLN is breaking out. Thoughts? Well, and this I've traded this one off and on um, in the past, so I recognize that symbol. That is quite a weird looking range on the weekly there. Let's just go back to daily here. Okay, it's kind of wanted to figure out where we were. Very interesting. Tell you what, let me just give myself a little bit more room over here. Because this has definitely been the magic level for a while. So let's just drop a few linos here. All right, we're getting close. We are definitely getting close. And let me just reconfirm that is okay. Yeah, those are all my monthly candles. So yeah, we're getting interesting here. And that 903 is going to coincide with what we see right over here, 907-ish, 906-ish. So you can see it's been there a couple of times in the past, going all the way back to April 23rd. Spent a little time up there uh, about this time last year. And it's just been, so it's getting close. So if we can close at this level, or maybe if we even gets a little bit more bullish today, it's doing some decent volume, at least 2 times on the relative scale. But, look how many times this area has acted as supply. Now, let's see here. If we count that 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, that's a lot of, if you want to call them tops there. So, hey, this time might be the charm because every other time it's gotten close, there's been a little bit of a gap there. This time, boom, its nose is right in it. So if it gets a good strong close today above this blue line, which is roughly 873, 874, that would be a very good sign that this blue line could very well become support if we get a close above that level. And then all we have to contend with, this could become the new home, and then boom, all-time highs would be here. But yeah, need a strong close today. And, it's been going sideways here for many, many moons. Over a year, Let's call it 15 months. 10 period acting pretty much as the guiding post though. We got excursions down here, but we always gravitate back up on the monthly pretty close. So that's it, Stephen. That's all I got on the HLN. All right, Echo. Just upgraded. Yeah, we were just talking about this earlier. Any words of advice on how to approach AI assisted with PI? So, we can see all the AI trades that have come out today. So the recurring theme here that we talk about ad nauseum is, you know, when interacting with the AI, you treat it like you would any other of your favorite windows. Okay, we all have our favorite windows, whether they're the AI, your favorite alert window, your favorite top list window, your favorite race, whatever. Everybody's got their favorite windows that they like to, monitor for their stocks meeting their specific, for lack of a better term here, personality characteristics, right? Volume, price, so forth and so on. Now, 4 plays out of the AI today. Only 4 symbols have been issued. And do we just jump in blindly? Because, a lot of people out there, especially if you're new to the markets and then you're new to AI, and you're seeing all for the first time, you might think, well, the AI, all I have to do is follow the AI, and then I'll make money every session, right? Nope. It's all about timing. It's all about, are you making a decent entry, right? Is the risk acceptable? Because the AI has losing days. It has winning days. And it has losing days like any system is going to have. Now, the added spice, let me back up a little bit. Let's say I watch a window that's showing me range breaks. That is the shtick for that window. That is the special thing that it's showing me. Oh, this is showing me range breaks. But am I going to be there at the right time? Or am I going to see it late and I don't want to chase it, right? Well, the secret sauce in the AI is the statistical viability, because even though it's only 2 strategies today, break down short and break out long, if, let's see, where did my window go? One moment. And I'm just going to pull over the strategy window for you, Echo, just to just to give you an example. So notice the AI only came to the party with 5 strategies. Well, it analyzes a strategy bank, which currently has about 35 to 40 strategies in it. And so today at the close, it's going to ingest all the tick data for every stock in the market. It's going to kick out that last day of history, which is a little over 60 trading days. And it's going to incorporate today's tick data. And then when it's done doing that, it's going to backtest all of its strategies and optimize them. And then for tomorrow, it will only be the strategies that met the minimum score on our proprietary scoring system. Those are the ones that are going to make the cut for tomorrow. So out of 40 some odd strategies last night that were analyzed, only these 5 made the cut. Now, just because a strategy makes the cut does not mean it's going to issue a trade. You'll notice that 3 of the 5 strategies today have been dormant. And the reason being is each one of these strategies, it's really looking for, quote unquote, an event, right? And you're going to have your alert or your catalyst for that event. And then you're going to have a very complex filter set. I mean, some of these strategies might have 10, 15, 20, 30 filters, and they all work in all or none, right? So today, only 4 trades have been issued because they're the only ones that met the criteria. And what I was going to point out here is the win percent right here. No, 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 that's not right. The odds coming into the session, which seems to be, I don't know why that column is not there. Let's see here. Win percent today. Okay. These were the odds coming into the session for each one of these strategies. Okay. Now, here's what it's done today. Okay. And sometimes it works like this. Win percent usually on breakout long has only been 25%, but it's hit 3 for 3 today. It's operating at 100%, which is kind of weird. All these other ones had 80% chance of success, 66.7% chance of success, according to the backtest and the optimization. So you come in with statistically weighted trades, okay? That's the added benefit of the AI. So if you see a setup that you like that the AI issues, and then you also have that statistical viability behind it, and then maybe it's got the added benefit of volume, well then, if you feel comfortable taking that trade, then then you put it on. But the takeaway here is that the AI is not a magic money machine. It's got its own, unique characteristics, but you still have to like what's going on with the chart, make sure the risk is tolerable, adjust your share size accordingly, because some of these risks can be pretty. Let's go back to the 15-minute here, just for the HE, because this is a good example, right? We got an entry signal up here at 967 and a stop loss of 875, almost a full point, right? So a lot of people might, hesitate. You're like, man, I got to risk a whole point. Things already ran up a point. Now I got to risk a whole point to be in it, right? Well, if your risk per trade is $100, then you should have only taken 100 shares of HE, right? If your risk is 200, well, then you could take in a couple hundred. So, a lot of the times people, whether it's, oh, this stock is too high priced or the risk is too great, all you have to do is downsize. You want to risk $50 on this trade, all you had to do was plug into 50 shares, give it a 1 point stop. If you got whacked out, you lose $50, so forth and so on. And Echo, I don't know if you heard me saying that later this month we're going to have the July and AI contest, in which everybody is going to be relegated to only trading and trading around, I should say, the AI picks. So that's going to be a pretty good eye opener. We've never done anything like that before. Now, Echo, having just rambled a lot about the AI, if there's something specific that I didn't cover, well, then please let me know and I'll address that topic too. In the meantime, Peter wants me to take a look at Elgato. Yeah, I heard Barry talking about this, yeah, yesterday. Okay, winning a lot of races, yeah, because silver's in play right now. Let's just look at SLV today. Okay, Elgato is a miner, I think, right? Yeah, gold and silver mining. Beautiful little continuation from yesterday. Once we popped, actually, that was day before yesterday. Or no, that was the opening tick yesterday. So that's the high. Notice when Gato broke that high, boom, off to the races. Levitation with the 10 period there. And look what we got going on over here. Kind of a little break above this month before last high there, which is probably what gave it the oomph to get through here along with the volume that it's doing. Now, of course, we got several layers over here that could act as upcoming support. But if Gato closes up here, or maybe even a little higher, if we stay above the blue line here on the monthly, well, then maybe, 1450, 1330 to 1450, we may go sideways in here for a little bit and attack these levels. But definitely looking strong and punching through this area here. This is the third month before last, inside that candle, inside candle. Kind of reminds me of a, uh, what is that window? Market Explorer. This reminds me of a red bar ignored. If we had one more candle here, because I think it's technically 3 candles up, leading, that might fit the bill. And now we're having a red candle, and now this guy's like, nope. So this is looking very similar to a red bar ignored on the monthly Vergato, which is typically a bullish signal. What's going on there, Steve? Looks like Kodak might be breaking out. What do I think? I know it's been talked about a lot here lately. Matter of fact, it was a trade of the week not too long ago. I can't remember exactly what day or if it triggered. Just looking at the monthly, I mean, 629 comes to mind here just based on what I'm seeing, you know, on this level right here on the monthly. So yeah, if it gets up into the 660, 670 level, it could definitely start getting interesting here. Um, but this reminds me of a Dawn of the Dead stock because of, well, you know, the zombie motif up in the trees. I can't remember if that was a reverse split or if it was really up there. But now just kind of floundering around down here like a zombie. And then sometimes these are the ones that produce some really stellar intraday gains. Now let's look at the daily. So yeah, 576. Yeah, we might get a little bit of, I mean, who knows at this point. We're right here, just tickling that little level. And keep in mind, 10 period was in control. A little blow off up here. Couldn't, it tried. But yeah, just looking at these levels right here. Need to close above there to attempt to make this level its new home, right? But we definitely need to close above this level for today to get that party started again. And we're a little shy of it right now. 579, couple of pennies. If we close above, could be in play. Otherwise, we just might cycle back down. But if you get a close above this level here, it could start to heat back up again. Yeah, and you got the MACD going on as well on the daily. Interesting. What if we dropped an anchored VWAP there? I guess it doesn't want me to do that. Interesting. Drop the anchored the VWAP to that big up candle on the monthly. And then every time this thing is tried, well, check out the wicks above, gets through the anchored VWAP and back down, through, back down, through, back down, and then boom, one more try. Nope, couldn't even get back up to the 13 level. And we've just been underwater ever since. Now, the encouraging thing is the 10 period seems to be a supporting mechanism right now. And then we're pecking at this level up here. Now, look at relative volume on Kodak today. I mean, it's not really trading. It's traded 107,000 shares. So that leads me to believe if some volume comes into it, we might get that close above that level up there. But I mean, it's traded 100,000 shares today, which is kind of shocking. But that's my take on Kodak. Ooh, look what time it is. We got about a minute till the top of the hour.
Yeah, I'm trying to stretch it out to the last minute.
Get that last set of push-ups in, Barry.
That's right.
Hmm.
Exactly. I just
Yeah.
just literally completed all the tasks. People think I
Nice.
take a break. It's not really a break. It's a bunch of chores to do, and then catch my breath, and then sit down for the last 3 hours. So
There you
it's not
go.
really the break.
Hmm.
But anyway, my friend, you have. I'm sure you've entertained the troops in a wildly enthusiastic manner.
Indeed, indeed. We just calmed down. Things have been too exciting, Barry.
Just a second. I'm getting some crank call here.
Political
What is
call,
Ro- What's that?
telemarketer.
Yeah, absolutely. Rogers, well, you don't have Rogers in your country, but big telecommunications company. Okay, my friend, I will thank you so much again for relieving me. And I guess we'll see you in next week.
You are very welcome as well, Barry. And yeah, we'll see what happens. Hey, market, everything's great. All-time highs, right?
Mm,
Hmm.
no kidding. Is there any reason not to be happy?
Well, as long as they keep having those Fed cheerleader pep
Sure.
rallies, hey,
Yeah.
everything's great, rosy.
But you know what? I mean, Jamie, you say that. I know you're joking, but I mean, it's not like, I mean, they keep coming out and say, well, we don't think we're going to be able to lower interest rates still. We still, so, I mean, the market's rallying in spite of all that.
Well,
Imagine
I
if
think
they
the
come out
market's
one
rally.
day.
Well, they also tell you inflation's 2%. So,
Well, they don't say that. They're trying to get there. They're trying to get there. Anyway, we don't want to get
Yeah, yeah,
into,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
We don't wanna talk about that voodoo stuff.
No.
So you have a great rest of the day. Same goes to everybody out there, and we'll see you guys next time.
Okay. Thank you, Jamie.
Ciao, ciao.
All right, guys, I am now back in both rooms. Let me just get rid of my message here and get my music going again. Hmm. Well, how do I get my music going? Just give me a moment. Okay. Yeah, so I see that Shady is in the LGVN again at what, 470? Is that your, yeah, 470? So, well, maybe this time might give us a bit more of a trend rather than chop around. I mean, it is making higher lows. It's over that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart if you follow that sort of stuff. And the VWAP is at 515. So, you know, I don't know what's going to happen close to the 5 level and the 515. So the notes are done. Okay, didn't affect the market adversely. Now I had another expensive lunch at 12:09. Would have been quick, but at 12:09 we had this gap down and go for ZD 45.39, and before it pulled back, it dropped a dollar or pulled up 45.39. It got down to 44, and then it pulled up. So it was not, it wasn't straight down after that, but not a bad dollar move. And that is from the gap continuation or revert. That's a gap down and go. Hard to play anything going down now unless there's specific news on it with the market doing what it's doing. If it has some specific news for the reason it's going down, fine. But boy, I mean, this is pretty tough to short now, unless again, it's got some kind of news specific to it. STAA, more highs on sale rumors. So when I see that from you, William, I know that you're chomping at the bit to short this thing. So this is what you're talking about. Star Surgical said targeted in takeover by larger rival Alcon. All right, so this is not a rumor, okay? This is not traders circulating. Star themselves say they have been approached. Okay, so this is not one of those, there's a rumor that they've hired an investment bank to review a potential sale amid the overture. And again, though, as it says, it is unclear if the approach or review will lead to a takeover of the company. So, but the company acknowledges that there has been an overture. Meanwhile, I know one of you guys was talking about Marin. Holy smokes! Look at Marin, right at 1:00. MRIN, right at 1:00. And let's see if there's any news on this one. Low float, 3 million in the float. All right, guys. Well, we're starting to warm up. Some action coming in now that maybe we'll get more of a trend. Look at the LGVN. Just can't do it. All right, Marin. Okay, so that got halted at 277. It opened. All right, we're thrilled. I hate that term, but we're thrilled to announce our integration with Reddit. Marin unifies Reddit ad data with all your other publishers, making reporting and analysis easier than ever. So that's the reason why for the move from Marin, MRIN, and we have. Well, we're not going to quibble on this one, Draw. We've got 3.02. You've got 3.04. Oh, William, I know that you're just itching to short this one. So the high yesterday for STAA was 43.44. So what did it get to? Got up very close to that. That's kind of where it stalled. That's where it stalled at the high of yesterday on this rumor. Not a rumor. Just before I took over, yeah, I saw the Cure was really giving it up a bit. Yeah, I mean, it got up to 1040, all the way back. That's a huge percentage drop. I mean, you're talking about a stock that was at 1047 and comes all the way down to 922. Okay, guys. So one last look at my homepage and the information you can find, including the scans that I am currently sharing. So on my homepage link, you click on that. This is what you're going to see. As always, here's how you can take out a subscription. Marin just opened, guys. Yeah, just opened, and it looks like it's around 339 now, or maybe it dropped. So as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. If you use my code, that'll really help the room, okay? The room gets credit for the sale, and that helps to keep both of these rooms free. To getting started, you must do that. 10 short videos. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, this is all free. A series of videos. Michael Noss of Trade Ideas put this together, around 38 videos, all free. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for that. That's free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And then here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. These are the three races, the one race, two race, three races right here. Here's the momentum scan that's on my other monitor. And then the other one I'm really paying a lot of attention to again is the gap continuation or reversal scan, which is right here. Okay, so, and I don't, my recommendation is do not have all these scans open at the same time. You have way, way too many alerts to deal with, okay? So if you have any questions about them or anything else about trade ideas, please post. Welcome, MA68. Welcome to the room. If you have any questions, again, don't be shy. We all started out new. Now, if you have a question about trade ideas, I hopefully I can help you. But if it's something about the market, I might be able to help you. Or if I can't, we have a lot of really educated people in the room. Two rooms. I would say you are, MA. Yeah, definitely. All right, hyper, HYPR. This should show. Okay, another one, just hyperfine. Just showed up in the momentum scan. Hadn't seen it all day. Pretty good volume, 579,000 shares. Let's see if there's any news on this one. So they had news this morning at 9 o'clock, but no real action on it. But this was the news: expands the European market reach with additional strategic distributor partners. So that was the news this morning. Really didn't affect it until, well, okay. Excuse me, guys. I mean, I thought this was a lot bigger move. It went from $1 to $1.05. It just looks like it really exploded. Yeah, IVP, another big move up. Now, the next high on that weekly chart, I think we looked at this before, 530. So 530 is the next high. Well, Peter, of course, I think I can get the link for you, but it's not a matter we should all be using it. If it fits your trading style, you can certainly use it, but I think I can get that link for you. So I'll just ask for it, okay, Peter? Okay, it says he emailed it to you last night, Peter. I'm just I mean, he'll probably put it in again, but didn't he email it to you last night? Maybe you didn't see it. Anyway, I've got the link again, okay? Okay, there it is. Don't forget to save it. Yeah, this LJVN, I mean, I almost have to put it on. Well, I haven't traded it. I mean, I've been trying to figure out a way to trade it, trying to see if it can ever take out the VWAP. Where is it now? Where is that VWAP now? 514. Okay. I mean, it's way up here though. It just doesn't want to continue. I'm assuming you stopped out on that one, Shady. You're in at 480. Crazy though. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow it'll have a more. I mean, the move was in the pre-market. I mean, obviously, just look at the pre-market. You know, if you got up early enough at 7:30 Eastern time, not that late for you guys on the East Coast, but from 7:30 until just 8:30. That's the 8:30 candle. So say to 8:45. I mean, that just went straight up, straight up. Oh, your stop is 417. Okay, which is the low of the day, I guess. Yeah. Well, I cheer you on. I hope let's put an alert up 480 and see if it at least gets back up there for you, or 470, right? 470. You're in at 470. Yeah, 470. I honestly thought this was going to be the one that was just going to rip all day. You know, we expect some pullbacks and all, but I thought this one had the chance to rip all day based on the news. Okay, Peter, great. So you've saved you to the cloud, so you're good to go. Well, okay, Alzheimer's FDA approval, okay, but doesn't mean it's a cure or anything like that. Of course, Daniel, okay, we know that it's not a cure necessarily. it may never amount to anything. They got the approval, which is fabulous, I guess, but it may not amount to anything. I haven't looked at that stock for a while. Woo, no kidding. Something's happening. I don't know if anything's happening, but yeah, that's a breakdown right here, guys. I mean, that is a breakdown. I mean, you look at the daily chart, and the low yesterday was 28.53, so it's near that low. We're talking DJT, so it's near that low. If it takes that out, look out below because the next low is 24.67. Look how many, a couple of days it tried to get through that 200-day moving average, just couldn't do it. And this is actually shortable now for me at Interactive Brokers. There have been times where it's not been shortable. Problem is, it's pretty darn extended on the way down right now. So I'd probably be watching Cure now, guys, to see if it takes out 10 again. QURE. See if it takes out 10 again. I'm going to stick an alert up here. And the VWAP was 896. Where did it get down to? Not quite down to it, but meanwhile, I see Mirin just fell right back down. Yeah, I mean, these are nobody expects, you're going to get giant green bars over and over and over again. But what you'd like to see on something like this is sure a pullback, okay? But, not going from 339 down to 275. Whoa, IVP. Good for you guys on the IVP. That just took a major pop up now. And I think it went through that weekly high, 530. Yeah, 530, right at that weekly high now. Now, if it can take that out, 560. So 530 and 560 are the two next weekly highs. Oh, I'm sure he has, Peter, talking about gold and silver. I'm sure he's right now, he's talking about uranium. Thing is, how are you going to trade it? Thing about IVP too is look at the volume increase. No, of course, we had the big volume bar at 945. That was the second volume bar of the day on the 15-minute chart. Then did really nothing. Volume dwindled, 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 and then all of a sudden, at 12:45, 1 o'clock, 1:15, the volume is increasing. Big clues. Okay, William, did you get that STAA? Still moving higher. Still moving higher. And you know what one is still doing very well? This is the SGH guys, and this is an earnings play. Had an original alert way back at 9:52, 26.72, almost a $2 move. Not without some chop. This was not straight up. But I guess you got to have some faith in these earnings plays. There aren't very many earnings plays right now. I guess that'll change next week. Okay, IVP now showing up in the momentum scan. You can see why. Look at the volume. That's almost, I mean, that'll be the second biggest volume bar of the day. 125. The time is right now, 125. So this still has 5 minutes to close. Who knows? Maybe it'll tack on. Well, that would be 500, 600,000. This is all basically, I mean, this is all about closing a $6 million public offering at a dollar. So, I mean, it's not normal. I don't know if that was the news today. I do see it. I do see it in the news headlines today. I'm not sure if that happened. Yeah, that was on the 8th. It's an amazing move, guys. It's an amazing move. I mean, $1, 6 million. So not raising much, but at a dollar, and it just got shrugged off. Normally, or many times, a stock will go down at least to the offering price, unless there's something about that offering I just don't know, William. Because I don't think I've quite seen anything like this, offering at a dollar and it just explodes. Only if I have shorts available. I'm not sure I have shorts available for. No, I don't have shorts available for IVP. Not at Interactive Brokers. Doesn't bother me. I mean, sure, you pick the top here, great. You could have tried to pick the top here. You could have tried to pick the top here, maybe even here. That would have worked a little bit, but I just find these low floaters, you got to be really careful on both the upside and if you're able to short on the short side, of course. Oh, I see how that. Oh, I see what you're talking about now. I see those numbers. I never really thought about what those when you talk about expensive shorts. So you take 100 shares of that short, and it moves 50 cents for you. You make $50, but 935 of that is taken away for commissions. Is that? Oh, I see. Okay. Wow. That's. But I guess if it moves, $10 for you, you can handle it. And we're not talking IVP, of course, but meanwhile, okay, that was a pullback, but it's right back up, guys, right back up almost to the high now. And that's what I mean. I mean, sure, you could have, I know you made a little bit on this short, but I mean, it came right back up. That is so, used to bother me a lot not having shorts available for a lot of these, but it doesn't bother me at all anymore. You know what? I know this is an AI short, but who cares? This IDYA, right at the 200-day moving average, 3673 is the VWAP, so it's above the VWAP. 3701 is the 200-day moving average. All right, so this HYPR, well, okay, saw this one earlier. It went from $1 to $1.05. Again, guys, keep an eye on the cure, QURE, in case it takes out 10 again. I think I put a price alert. Yeah, right around a little over $10. Takes it out again. You know, it's making higher lows now. Notice Cure did not win a race. That's what I was saying, you know, just because the stock doesn't win a race, but it was here. It just didn't win a race. So if you see something that's moving, just click on it and see what's happening. It's possible Cure finished second 10 times. I actually asked for that a long time ago. Maybe also show the stocks that have finished in the top three the most. Now, is Hyper going to be one of these? And I'm going to look back on and say, why the heck didn't I take it? 54 million in the float, 670,000 have traded, 11 times normal on the weekly chart. See, I just look at the weekly chart and I just see, for me anyway, too much resistance looking left. Tandem, haven't seen Tandem in a long time, TNDM. LYB dropping, okay, LYB. Wow, LYB dropping, yes. Now, you're right, I don't see any news either. And what's the volume like? Good volume also. Yeah, this is the biggest volume bar of the day now. Yesterday, interesting, right at the end, is this out of the Netherlands, okay. So I don't know what happened here, but a lot of volume came in right at the end of the day for LYB. And then right there, that's the biggest volume bar of the day for today. Let me ask the question regarding go, no go. I would hope for next, when does this contest start? In about a week? How about a refill, guys? So RFIL just showed up in the momentum scan. I can see why it just showed up. I have a minimum volume of 100,000. Now you might say, well, why do you only have 100,000? That's because at the beginning of the day, stocks are just starting out. If I get one later on in the day and it's only 100,000, I know the relative volume is 20, but Spread isn't terrible. I mean, it's 420, 425. It's been on a nice run, weekly run. Okay, now that's the first big pullback I've seen for IVP in a while. It was up to 589 and got down to 492, a dollar pullback. Okay, the cure. Okay, I want to see how well this holds 10. We're at 1003, 1006 right now, bid ask. 1004, 1008, 1002, 1004. I'd like to see it get at least a bid of around 1010, clearing 10 in a decent way. All right, dipping down below 10 again. All right, well, I'm going to stick my alert again at 1013. See if it well, look at this. I mean, glad I held off. Yeah, still up in the air, Tony. Exactly when? I'm just talking, looking at what Michael is saying. It might be done this week. I'm not sure what has to get done, to be honest, but it's probably the billing. Okay, it's probably because it is an add-on, so it's probably that aspect. I think that the actual obviously the charts are done. I've been using the charts on my other monitor. Can it please? Okay, sorry about that, guys. I'm back. I have actually, Tom. It talking about the go no go. Yeah, I have actually found it to be a useful tool. A lot of it for me is confirmation. A lot of it is keeping me out of trades. But we need trend. I mean, if you're not getting a decent trend in something, or it's not going to be wonderful. But I mean, if you get some trend, then I find it very helpful, and I've used it. I'm not using the scans. And Michael has some scans. I'm not. I don't. It's not that I don't find them useful. I don't find enough of them. So all I'm doing is I'm clicking on my alerts, and then I'm looking. What does it say? What is it go no go trying to tell me? Suggest to me. Suggest. So just to give you an example, okay? So right there, see, it's all in the color changes. So blue, light blue is the strong trend, okay? There's that, well, I call it green, a little pea green. Michael says it's cyan. It doesn't really matter. It's a different color. So the minute that changed right there from that little green to blue, that can be a signal to take the trade, as an example. Now, does it mean it's going to continue like this? 100%? Of course not. Nothing is 100%. But that was a signal right there at 27.42 as an example. Now, again, this is the go no go charts, guys. Um, it will be an add-on like the anchored VWAP. I'd love to be able to show them, but I've sort of been well. I'm going to find out if I can just have this one as a go no go chart just to demonstrate. But you can also see that I'm using a 5-minute chart. I was told that you better use a smaller time frame than 15 to catch them earlier. So that is what I've been doing. In fact, yesterday there was one great opportunity with Cure. If I can find it again. Yeah, I can't find it. It's on a 5-minute chart. So anyway, now you see here. I mean, this was you could have said, well, right there, okay, there turned green or blue. Take the trade around 984, got up there, but it pulled right back down. So it did not continue. Now, I'll be watching this though to see if it can continue later. But it's looking dicey. So obviously not every single time are you going to get well, but right there, for instance, okay, 915, right there, 915, and before it pulled back, I mean, up to 1048 on that color change. But again, nothing is 100%. And on the flip side, not that I want to do this one, but on the flip side, this is on the short. Okay, so when you dark this maroon, deep pink, whatever color this is, magenta, that is the short, and that's the transition right there. That light pink to the dark to magenta, that is the transition. Just a tool, exactly. It's just a tool. You still have to have an idea about how to trade and all. But what I've found, let me see if I can find one, find something, and how it keeps me out of things. Okay, so right now, for instance, if I was thinking of taking the orange is saying basically what they're looking at right here. There's no odds one way or the other to go long or to go short. Okay, that's what the orange means. So I'd be looking at this because I might have thought to myself, well, you know what's underneath the whole number? Maybe I should short this. There's a 10 SMA, but this is kind of suggesting back off. There's with whatever's built into this indicator, it's basically kind of trying to say to you, just back off when it's orange. There's no great odds one way or the other. Now, it doesn't mean that 2 seconds later it could pop up or pop down. Of course not. But so that is something that I've been definitely paying attention to. And you can see that this is using the open, high, low, close chart. That's why I went to the open, high, low on this one, just to get customized to it. I really don't find a huge difference, using candlesticks or this OHLC, though I like the look of this better. And of course, you guys can do that. I mean, without you guys can have select the charts. I mean, I'm not saying you should, but we do have the different chart styles, candlestick, and then there's the OHLC. There's your okay. So that was the headline you're talking about. William FTC to sue drug managers over insulin prices. SGH highs. Yeah. All right, guys, 153. So I have a little over half an hour left, maybe 40 minutes or so. So if you have questions, good time to ask questions. William says he'll keep the room open until about 4 o'clock. All right, this is new today, I think for me anyway. ATXS, another bio. Look at all these bios. So there's ATXS and nice on the weekly chart. Let's take a look left. And next high is 1133. Yeah, 1133 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart for ATXS. But this is one strange looking go no go chart. Maybe it's just because all the volume, all the volume today is most of the volume today is right here. on this candle. That's why it's looking this strange. Traded 1.62 million, and 1.52 million is in this candle. So there's something happening. I mean, that's a lot of volume, and it didn't move much. I wonder if it's just a block, an arranged block trade or something, because it didn't move much at all. I'm starting to see a lot of these, the gap down and goes are also, like, you can say gap down and go and then reverse without the actual reversal. Okay. Because the problem with it is that, for it to show up in the gap up or gap down and reverse, it has to take out the high of the day. And that could be way above here. But I'm seeing a lot of these that are, they gap down and go and then they reverse. And I'm going to have to figure out a way to trade them. And it's not just today. It's like bounce plays. All right, LGVN is again doing its thing a little bit anyway, trying to move up again. That is, ooh, did you get stopped out? It hit 417. Did that stop you out, Shady? I can't remember if it was 417. 417 is the low of the day. You might have been stopped out, right? Still in, so you didn't. Okay, so because it hit your stop, but maybe so quick that it popped up again. Okay. Well, quick question. Okay, it's a quick. I can give you a quick answer. Probably not, but okay. When you say bottom tail strategies, okay. So if you cannot find it, so you're trying to create a top list window, and so you're looking for a workaround. So obviously, what you did was, let me go to a top list window. I don't think so. Okay, but let me bring up a top list window. So let's go to, yeah, I'm just trying to see. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you went through these. I'm sure you went through these filters, right? Not all of them, of course, but you probably went through some of them just to see. Yeah, I really don't have an answer for you. Yeah, I was just trying to get into maybe like, some kind of a specific filter that might look at something like that, but I don't. No, there's no way to top. You can only back test an alert window. Yeah, I don't see how you can do it. I know you probably typed in bottom just to see. You might want to, Herman. You maybe one of the other traders has something. So why don't you do this? Go to the home page. Okay, go to the home page and ask that very question. Okay, trying to create a topless window. Don't see bottom tail strategies. Is there any workaround? I can't answer that, Herman. Okay, but if you go to the home page and then need help, click on the need help and then ask and then chat. Okay, so because maybe one of the other traders has some kind of a workaround. I certainly don't. Okay. Oops. I think I accidentally, you guys can hear me in YouTube, but I think I accidentally closed down the other room. Okay. Go through the login again. Okay. Oops. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. I think I accidentally closed down the room. So let me get my screen sharing going again. Give me a moment. Okay. Well, there's no trigger. There's no trigger in a top list. That's the problem. It's not the history so much. There's just no trigger. So who asked that question? So Tom, there is a way in which you can turn your top list window into an alert window, though, if you're interested. Okay. So as long as but you have to have some kind of a trigger meaning, okay, when the stock hits a new high of the day or a new 5-minute high or you have to be able to pick an alert. Okay. And whatever that's going to be, it will be up to you. So for instance, let me bring this top list window up again. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to right click. Now this is, you might want to write this down because it's kind of convoluted. All right. But I'm going to collaborate. So I'm going to right click on a top list window. I'm going to collaborate, copy all. Now I'm going to go to new alert window. I haven't done this for a while, so bear with me. Start from scratch, get rid of all of the everything else, and then say okay. I want to return. I don't want to return to the configuration window. So now here it is. Okay, now it's just any moment. It's on my other monitor. So here it is. Now I right click, collaborate, and paste. Okay. So now what's happened is I have pasted. It better have worked. Yes, I have pasted the filters now. Now I got to get rid of this heartbeat. I probably should have got rid of that. Don't even ask what the heartbeat is. Now you've got to pick. Now you've got to pick a an alert. Okay, let's pick the new high of the day. Add the alert. Okay, so now this top list window has been turned into this alert window with a trigger of the new high of the day. Now you can pick whatever trigger you want, but you have to have a trigger. That's the whole basis of a back test because it wants to find like the event. Okay, all these filters are All these filters are met values. I'm sorry, that was a word I was looking at. All the filter values are met and it's made a new high for the day. You can back test on that. Now, again, you can pick whatever filter, whatever alert you want, whatever trigger you want. Okay, search, and then from any one of these. So, were you able to do that? I can do it again. I don't even know if it's in our guide anywhere. Well, that's up to you. It's up to you, Tom. I can't tell you what a trigger is going to be in a 10% range. I mean, if we do a search, see most of the ranges, and these are breakouts. Most of these ranges here are filters, of course. So that's not a trigger. So I cannot tell you what is going to be a trigger in the 10% range. You might have to do some experimentation. Take your top list window, do what I did, turn it into an alert window with a trigger, but I can't tell you what might work. Then you can back test on that. Hmm, kind of interesting. Some good looking alerts here, guys. Now, what I have to do, I might even just run this just for a while, just for fun. So I have to add some columns here because I need a price column. Well, I've got a price column, I need a time column. I need to know when that happened. So volume today, change from the open. That should be good enough. Yeah, so there's Palantir. So there's a very different way of looking at that top list, okay, as an alert window. And these are all stocks making new highs of the day, which is not, what the race is doing. It doesn't care about a stock making a new high of the day. Big jump now again for IVP, guys. Big jump. 484 to 540. Oh, I did not know that, CD. I thought that was a hard stop. I thought, yeah, that was a hard entry and a hard stop. Okay, that's cool. So You miss it by a penny, so that's good for you. Guys, keep an eye on the cure. It looks like it may want to do it again. Over 10. Well, you get some volume coming in here, guys. If you get some volume coming in for cure, I'm not seeing it yet, but if you do get some volume coming in and pops it through 10, that could have sort of a nice end of day run. Wow, look at XP here, guys. I haven't seen XP for a while here. XP, next high looking left is 1890. So it's got some room. XP's got some room. 1813 was the next high, so it is above that. And this is yeah, XP, guys. On the weekly chart, it's that'll be the same high. Yeah, 1890. Got some room. So the same sort of thing. If I see this, I mean, here, the trick is I don't want to see it now. I want to see it here. So there's the transition for XP right at 1810. Okay. Okay, guys, get ready here. Cure. Then Feng, guys. Feng also. Now it's making a new high. Feng is making a new high. There's Mankind. MNKD. What was that one that I saw before, though? Okay, guys, QURE. If it gets into the teens again, I'm probably going to take this. Just want to see if I can get into the teens again. Volume is starting to come in. Okay, not telling anybody to do the same thing, but How you trade this is going to be up to you guys, taking profit and all that. I mean, I'm not, it got right to that high here. And then, so the next high looking left is 1047. Okay. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it did hit that high. So I see what the difference is really between this scanner that I took the top list and put it in here versus the momentum scanner. First of all, there doesn't have to be necessarily momentum, a volume increase. The other thing is that some of these gains are still they're not too extended. Okay, guys, I'm looking for another re-entry on the cure. See if it takes out that 1020 again. Otherwise, I'm not. I mean, it was okay. It wasn't. I was hoping it would get into the 10th. Got to 1029. I was hoping it would get to the mid 30s. Didn't quite do it. Wow, what another nice move for SGH. Just this is what we're looking for tomorrow. I'm looking for this this tomorrow. Earnings play that just looks really good. And a nice pop in the pre-market, post-market. There's a post-market earnings play, and then pre-market here. All right, guys, another 10 minutes or so for me. IVP looks like it's going to make a new high. And just as I said that, there just made a new high. IVP just made a new high. Did it ever? So I mean, it's got up to 588, all the way down to 459, and right back up again. Well, okay, let's take a look now on the weekly chart because those areas that could have stalled it don't appear to be stalling it. There's 617. 617 is the next high. If it breaks through 617, then 850 is the next high on the weekly chart. And you can see the volume is just, it's come right back. See that low volume right there was the sell off, and then the volume has just come right back for IVP. Surprised it was not halted, but it is not halted. Now, does Marin have any chance later? No. No. No, okay, that's why you were talking about hubs, William. This is probably the most expensive one I've ever seen in the halts resumes, hubs. And you said Google is no longer wanting to. Google parent Alphabet is said to shelve interest in HubSpot. Okay. That's what you posted. That has to be a record, because for a stock that expensive of a stock, it really has to drop quickly. And that's what happened. And it's halted down. 483.35. Compañía or compañía cervecerías unidas. So beer, I know enough cerveza. Meanwhile, IVP, at some point, if you had shorts available, all right, let's see where hubs could open. Not that it matters to me too much, but 483.35, 483.19. So, guys, I'm going to be taking off pretty soon, but I would continue to watch the cure. It looks like it is trying to hold 10. I'm not in it anymore, but it looks like it's trying to hold 10 again. And if it gets into the 1020s, high 1020s, it might have another end of day run. But I'm going to be taking off. Hey guys, there's Cure over 1020 again. Okay, so for those of you who are still in YouTube, I will put the main trading room link in. So you can head over there if you want. Michael, William will keep the room open until 4-ish, as he said. I think either in our YouTube room when Jamie was there, I can't remember. I thought somebody might have mentioned site, SGHT, volume coming in late. And you can see it right there. Okay, guys, there's the Cure back into the mid 20s, QURE. What happened with Hubs when it opened? Continuing to move down. Hubs continuing to move down. Wow. 537 down to 473. All right, Shady. Okay. There's your the LGVN back to where you bought it around the 470 mark. Let's see. I mean, maybe, just maybe, it might have that end of day go. I hope it works for you. The next level for it to take out probably is at 490. And then if it does that, then the 5 and the VWAP's at 511. If I can do all that, I can see a volume bar come in here, but so far the volume is still. Make to see, like, imagine if you get a big volume bar, like even here, the one at 1030, it's something like that coming in. Okay, guys, there's your cure. Wow, there's your cure is right. Look at this. Now it's a high of the day. And I'm hopping on my bike. Okay, guys, I don't, unless there's a question, I don't see any questions, but there's a question. Don't have to go right now. But if I don't see any, I'm going to take off. All right, I don't see any. Okay, guys, so thanks for all the help all day long. I'm going to stop the screen sharing in the main room. What do I do here? Okay, so I'm muting myself now. Wait a minute, support question. Okay, please go ride that bike. Okay, I'm muting myself now in the main room. And for YouTubers, I have to shut you down. And I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock.